and good morning to welcome to winter. Beautiful sunshine. Morris is having a break. He's just checking out the wildlife, seeing if there's anything worth hunting for. He's a bit shaggy at the moment, which is very handsome, but he's got a few claggy bits of fur caught under his chin that he can't reach, and we haven't got the comb to it yet. Here in somebody said on YouTube that my narration was like David Attenborough. Here in the wilds of Dartmoor we find Morris, one of the truly great guitar builders of the southwest. Morris, get to work.
He's keeping his secrets close to his fur.
Beautiful day here though. Oh, somebody else was coming. And here's Yummy, Morris's sister. She is a sort of like a sticky fly. Just needs attention. Needs attention all the time. High maintenance.
Rude about you. Go and scratch him.
Anyway, Morris, I need to I have to make up a decal of you for another logo. I don't have a bog standard Morris face with a Reloved on it, so I have to get one of those made up by Rothko and Frost, who are a good place to get that sort of thing done. Meanwhile, just gonna bring you back to the guitar world, and here we have Martin's Indian Encore headstock. This arrived from Germany yesterday, and this is going to get the treatment, and it's nice and bright to sort of evaluate it. So, you know, when you look what we've got that characteristic hooky shape there that shows it to be one of the early ones that came out of the Sunn Mustang factory. Now, I know it probably didn't have that name in India, but whatever factory produced the Sunn Mustangs, that's where it came from. And you can tell just looking down by the E of Encore, there's a sort of, it bulges out and then goes almost vertical and tucks back in. I can't do it with one hand, but anyway. So I'm going to reshape that, and in the same process I'm going to take off the Encore. I'm also going to drill out the tuner posts to 10mm to take some really nice new tuners. And I think the other thing about this is to roll. I think we might need to roll off or just soften off the fingerboard edges. And what's good about this particular neck is it's in really nice condition. There's a tiny little dink there which we can fill with a bit of lacquer, but generally speaking, the frets on these were just huge to begin with, so they were jumbo, as you can see here, great big jumbo, beautiful things. And what that means is, I think, just looking at the condition, there's a bit of wear down this end, but there's more than enough life on these to recondition them and level them without having to re-fret the thing. So that's really good news, and you often find that with these old either Sunn Mustangs and Encores, is that because they put jumbo on, some of them, not all of them, but because, for example, this came from the cream or the sparkly pearl one, because they did use jumbo, then they can be sort of 20-something years old and there's still enough life to redo these and not to have to refret it. So it's a really good buy in that sense if you want to level them and recondition them. One of the things I kind of really noticed recently, and I suppose I knew, that the radius on these tends to be quite a lot flatter than you'd think. So you can feel it almost because of the sharpness of the edge. But it is a lot flatter. It's probably somewhere like between 14 and 16 inches rather than what I kind of imagined it would be, more of a 9.5. So again, it's one of the things that I guess separated it from the Fender market. But anyway, that's what I'm going to do today with this, is mark it up, redraw the shape on it. And in a way, not to avoid copying Fender, but I'm going to use my other neck, which I think is in here. I'm going to use the one I've already made as a template for this, so that what I'm doing is I'm recreating a custom made neck already with a slightly finer than Fender. So this is also an Encore neck, and you can see the difference there between the two now. That's quite a good... Oh god, I'm sorry, I'm just realised I'm going to be zapping you with mobile phone signals. Oh. You can see the thought process there. I'm thinking, oh, shall I take a picture of these two with my phone? And then I'm thinking, oh look, where's my phone? Right, so there we have the two, and you can see they're both started identical, the same, exact same neck, slightly different colour, rosewood and so on, but they come from the same factory, same material, same finish and so on. What you will notice about these, if you're going to convert these, is there is enough room obviously to turn that into that, which this mimics that lovely maple neck that I've got on my own Strat that I absolutely love. So there's enough material to do it, which is great. It's not that hard as long as you're careful and draw out your marking and, you know, file away carefully. The other thing about these to notice, like I said, is the frets are usually great. I've refretted this one anyway. I don't think it had jumbo wire in this case. Frets, but on some of these the frets are great. The nut is wider than a conventional Strat nut, so if you just go and replace this nut with a Strat nut, you're going to get, it's going to rattle. So on the ones I've done, well, I replace them with bone, but they have to be shimmed, either custom cut from a blank, or they have to be a standard Strat with a plastic shim kind of cut to size behind it, and it works pretty good actually on the other one. But again, with this one, there's been a process of softening off the edges as well during the refret process. So, and I actually think I've made this one more of a 9.5 anyway than that one. So, but I'm not refretting this one for Martin, so I won't get into reshaping the fingerboard. But you can see it's a lovely looking neck, not quite as figured as the one I've done, but they just vary. It's luck of the draw. But they are, you know, they're really well made. Nice piece of maple. Tuners are adequate, but they're going in the bin, so there'll be a few holes to fill before we get into the re-lacquering. And I'm going to re-lacquer Martins with rub-on poly, which takes a few days to do, and you have to have a bit of patience. But it gives you a sort of, it doesn't give you quite, I mean, I don't buff it to the same standard as these things, but it will give us a nice sort of vintage, soft, dull glow feel like this, and I quite like that. It's neither too sticky or too precious. But there you go. So that's what we're going to do. You're attached, by the way, on Camera World. You're currently attached to a battery pack, which makes it sort of carryable. But yeah. So here, this is for those of you who live in foreign parts. This is what the UK looks like towards the end of January. It's a bit unusual because of the beautiful weather at the moment today. What you're seeing here is, you know, new growth and things are starting to sprout up, thinking it's spring already. And with global warming, our climate has got a bit confused recently in that respect. You can see here I was doing some planing yesterday, so my area down here tends to get covered in shavings. It's normal. So we come into the old worky shop. Sean came for a visit. I think I'll just leave my phone there for a sec. Sean came for a visit the other day. Now, how do I hang you on anything? I don't really. Can I put you? No, I can't put you. It doesn't really work. Not a normal review, but yeah, Sean came the other day, and you know, I had to say to him, I had to warn him beforehand that the shed was smaller than it appears on TV or on YouTube. Henry bags, vital ingredient of any workshop. Bubble wrap from the neck. Oh, while we're here then, I'll show you Martin's Pearl Sparkle Sunn Mustang. No, it's not Sunn Mustang. This is the Encore Strat India. And what's really great about it is it's got the same finish, same shape and everything as the there's a question just came up in my mind. I'll tell you what that was in a minute. Anyway, same finish, same look as the Sunn Mustang version, but it's lighter. It's thinner, that's why. But it's really nicely put together. And what's better about these, I find, than the Sunn Mustangs, is that under here the routing for these pickups allows me to put in quality pickups with triangular V-shaped, you know, heart-shaped base plates. Whereas on the Sunn Mustangs, they are so rigidly cut to exactly the same shape, because the pickups only are that shape, you don't have any options and you have to chisel them out. So everything about this is great. It looks the biz. Nice finish. Martin asked for, we're going with pig iron pickups in there from Iron Gear, and whoops, Martin asked for white pickup covers. Now I went and ordered those this morning, but I'm a sucker. I love these slightly yellowed ones. So it may be, I'm going to check again with him. I mean, the pickups are on their way, and if worst comes to worst, we may have to replace just the covers. But because I just think these look great with that sort of aged look. White is going to blend it into the pick guard, and it will perhaps offset. So he may have meant cream, but I kind of went ahead and ordered the white. So we may need to sort of backtrack on that slightly. So well, what's great about this is if I put his neck over there for a second, I really only have one hand free at the moment while I'm carrying you around in this fashion. You can see that what we could have is this 54mm neck. This one's just slightly bigger than his. I mean, the inner production line will vary, but essentially it's the same sort of narrow neck. So you know, that's the kind of look you're going to get at the end of it, with this reshaped. What's it? Now I've got Martin wants. I think it's Martin wants the Morris face with Reloved under there at the moment. I've only got the AristoCat one, so I have to go in and draw some of those, compute some of those and send them off. And I use Rothko and Frost to do it. Now, while we're here, I'm going to I've got my wiring in my shed is highly irregular. If you count the number of bars, 1, 2, 3, extension 4, 5, 6, one behind there, 7 entry points. So there's rather too much being loaded. Now, of course, the shed isn't ever left on, so it's not going to burn down in my absence. But I found that what tends to happen at the moment is that it's fusing the main, it's blowing the main fuses. When I try to solder, which is not that good because I need to do a fair bit. So I'm just unplugging you for a second. You're running on a tiny drip of battery power, I hope. Standing you up there while I take off the wire and see if I can plug you in successfully from here. We've got some jets doing things recently. Seem to be doing some Air Force practicing around here. Right, I think that's workable for now. What I've done is I've unplugged the bar into which I had put my soldering iron. I'm going to have to come up with some other plan because I think it's one bar too many. I really need to rewire the whole thing, but right this second isn't the time for that. So Velcro is great stuff, but it sticks to everything. That was the battery pack that was running the camera, and I have Velcro on it so that I can stick the camera to it and just basically hold this unit, and it just powers the camera. That's probably good for a good couple of hours of action cam, so I can take it anywhere. Not that I do, most of it's obviously in here, but should the mood arise, or should I go out to anything, for example, if I were, let's say I were to go to a band practice this evening, which I am, and imagine I thought that it was really important to take you along and show you how great our playing is, my playing is, then I could, because that gives me great portability-ish thing. Anyway, I'm trying to, this shed really needs a complete redesign, as well as probably rebuild. But, so that's a current thing underway, and I'm going to put this body out the way for now. And it's nice having the sunshine come in, but it's bloody cold. So that's the Encore Strat, and there's a neck plate and everything in the bag and whatnot, so I'll take care of that. But I've ordered the pickups and tuners, they're on their way, so they can stay there for now. This other one, since it's here and it's a an unfamiliar beastie. This is size Telecaster. It's not exactly a no-name, it's a parts castery thing, but it's quite nice. It's all in swamp ash finish with a nice neck that to me feels like it would have been once upon a time. I'll take a guess and I'll say that that was, now he says, oh no, he says, did he say it was a, I think he said it was a Northwest Guitars neck, but it's very similar to, in feel, not a bit nicer grain than, but it's similar in feel and style to, I would say, a Squire Standard Series neck. Obviously with this it's got a much nicer custom logo on it. Now, did I? Yes, so I'm just trying to think, I've got several briefs all in one go at the moment, so I'm just making sure I separate them out from each other. So what we've got here is a guitar that is choking and buzzing a little bit, and we're going to give this a good full fret leveling setup. We're reserving the right to change the nut if necessary, but we'll put some nice new 1046s, I think it is, on there. And the other thing about this that Simon wants is if we can weight down this end a little bit more, because it's a bit unbalanced in favour of the neck. You won't really get much lighter tuners than that arrangement. They're split post, which is great, I love those. So everything about that is as light as it can be, other than thinning down the neck, which you could do. It's a little bit chunky, but I'm trying to think. I think I have, as it happens, which Telecaster neck was this? No, it's not the Standard Series. I don't even know what neck this is. Anyway, it's very similar to that one. That's not a Standard, it came from something else. Can't remember. Yeah, so we've got this very light body with a tendency, just a slight tendency towards the neck. We're going to pack some lead in here one way or another. And of course the one thing about a Telecaster is if you really need to balance it, and the same with an SG actually. I was talking to somebody else about this the other day. Somebody wants to, really desperate to balance out their SG. Both the SG, typical SG, and the Telecaster has quite a bit of space here that's nothing's happening, and if the balance is really important to you and the sense of weight of this thing, then there's no reason why you can't cut. There's not a lot of room in here, I guess is what I'm saying, but you can cut yourself a little trench and put in some sheet lead into there, and it's, in one sense it's crude, but it does the business. Okay, so that's size, and it's a lovely looking thing. It's got a sort of a light matte lacquer finish on it, but it's just, I don't think it's oil, is it? I think it feels like a light lacquer, spray lacquer, but it could be wrong. It could be a true oil as well. I don't know, I'm not an expert in finish. Anyway, so it's a nice looking thing. We're going to get that to play. It looks pretty new in the sense there's no wear anywhere, so it's just a matter of sorting out the action, get it to play with a nice low action, and get the balance sorted out. But it is a beaut. I really like the look of this thing, and let's hope it plays nice. I guess, I don't know, I can't remember what he said the pickups were on it, but it's a Wilkinson bridge, but I'll see when we're doing it. But yeah, lovely neck. A little bit thicker. I remember playing the Protone Telecaster neck that I took off Russ's blue Telecaster, and it was a lot thinner than this, and it really was a beaut. So it depends. It's always down to preference. You know, to each their own. The nice thing about always having a spare is if I want to, I can always carve them down and see what they turn out to be. Anyway, beautiful sunshine, freezing cold. I'll stop you in a sec, and then I'll show you the first bits of the neck work. Okay, back on the case with Martin's Encore Strat. Just to let you know, I'm freezing. We have a grand total currently of 5 degrees in this shed, so my hands are cold. I put on the superheater and shut the door. Despite the fact I like the sunshine, I think we need to be warm. So out come the cheapy tuners, you know, and these, they actually work. There's nothing wrong with these. But what I've chosen to do, because Martin wants as kind of a nice all-round upgrade, what new tuners do give you is a couple of things. First of all, we're going for some 19:1 ratio Wilkinson tuners, which are quite large. I wonder, I've got some here, but are they 19:1s? I don't know actually. There. There they are, they're 19:1s. I could use these straight off. So we've got 19:1s there, and they give a beautifully smooth operation. Now, it's important to separate the difference between, or to just make the distinction between why, or to understand why you're changing out tuners. These will hold tuning, providing you've got your nut slots cut correctly and you've got all the slack out of your springs. Those are the two culprits for holding tune. If that's the case, then these will work perfectly. What's the downside of these is the obvious. They feel cheap, and they are cheap, and they're budget things that come with your budget guitar, and they place it. So the first thing that somebody, it's a bit like, you know, what you're wearing, I guess, is somebody looks at you in the UK and they see I was going to say, they see a Marks and Spencer, no, not Marks and Spencer, a Tesco's sweater, and they know you bought your sweater for a tenner in Tesco's. Or they see a Tesco's £8 shed top like I'm wearing, and they know that's where you got it. And it isn't a bad thing, but what's nice about setting these things up and changing the headstocks is, if it was about putting Strat on there, then it's kind of fan worship and it's a bit sad. What we're doing is we're changing the shape to a more elegant, familiar shape that doesn't place it. So, you know, it's not about saying, oh, it's a, you know, it's a Sunn Mustang factory badged early 80s Encore. Well, it is, but if we take this and reshape it, and if we put nice quality tuners on, one thing we do is we unplace it. And we make it like it could be from anywhere, which is what I like about the only thing I like about the custom, well, the main thing I like about the custom thing. It's not to try and make it like something else, it's just trying to make it perhaps not like what it is, and just have a bit of fun with it. So that's the first thing. So taking the tuners and replacing them with something better, or nicer quality, sort of just slightly takes it away from its budget origins. But the really main thing, and that's only a small point, but the really main thing is, for me, is that the replacement ones that we've got, if I show you, these aren't the ones I bought for Martin, but I think they're exactly the same. The replacement ones, I mean, you can see, first of all, they're pound for pound, they're a bit bigger, but these have a 19:1 ratio, so they're very, very smooth in operation, and that gives you a very smooth adjustment. Now couple that with your perfectly unslacked, your stretched strings and your nut slots, which these look a bit ragged actually, they're a bit overcut. But couple those things together, then you get a really, really nice, simple, stable tuning experience, which is just precise to the, and these hold wherever you know, you're not kind of going up chunks and then winding back and pinging, and it's really nice. So to me, that's the reason to spend £25 on kind of de-identifying this guitar, but also improving the tuning experience. Now I'm going to knock out these little ferrules from the back, and it's a bit of a scary process because it takes a bit of bashing to do, but we'll support it at the time of doing it, and that's just about the right size object, so it needs careful support. And then we're going to need to fill those holes as well, so I'm looking for whatever's the best. That will do, just as long as it holds the neck. I have some more foam if I can draw upon. just to support the whole thing. So I've got a nice strong platform to do it with. Look away now if you're squeamish. So you probably would ideally probably want that just held down more than anything else, but just to think, I'm going to go for something else. Hold fire. I'm going to go for a piece of headstock maple as my start point, because that's more stable. Actually, it doesn't need a support now. So this headstock maple, it's going to allow me to put maximum force on there without stressing that part of the headstock. And it does take a bit of a whack to get these things out. And then obviously we'll kind of move around to just get a support on the next one. It comes out, and so on and so forth. Now obviously we're now coming to a point where we're going to have to rely on this bit to provide the support from this side. And out it comes. We're going to over drill these holes in a minute anyway, which is a challenging process. I don't have a template for this. I don't think there is such a... Well, I suppose you could make a guide, but I've not really kind of worked out how exactly I would do it. Okay, so there's those. Those are theirs. Those is those. So we now have... You can see it's... I don't think it even... Did it get lacquered? Yeah, it got lacquered, but it's just it's a difference in colour. So we're going to fill those. Potentially looking at... we may end up with some showing, which we probably will. It will work off... Looks like it will work off one of them, so we'll end up with these two. Always this outside line is going to get filled and touched up. But with this headstock, there's no real need to kind of take all this lacquer off or that. It's nice and it's in good condition. So we're going to concentrate just on the front side and make that work. And I'm going to use that rub-on polyurethane lacquer as well. So it's the same stuff. Partly also because I like, having sort of practiced a bit with it, I like the controllable, predictable nature of it if you do it indoors in sort of reasonable controlled temperatures. The temperature and environment always seems to be really important for, so I'm looking for a bag, really important for when you're doing stuff with lacquer, obviously. That's not really the baggie I want. They're probably indoors, the spare bags. Right. Well, the truth is, I'm going to keep these, but I'm never really going to use them, so I think they ought to keep the screws, but I think the tuners probably ought to head for the bin. I don't think Martin wants them back. I doubt. I'll check. But you're welcome to have them back, but they're not something. I've got so many sets, and periodically I throw them all away. I will make a point of just filling that in for smoothness sake. Okay, so we're heading towards the point where we can do the drilling out. Once we've done that, then we'll knock out this nut. Now, this originally came with a black nut, but the rest of the guitar is cream and white, so I'm going to replace it with bone, and I might make a custom one, but I'm definitely going to replace it because, first of all, the only options for black are, logically, are going to be plastic or graphite, and I don't like either of those materials personally, so as a result I would prefer not to use them. Nothing personal. I mean, it is personal. It's personal. It's just that they don't cut very well for the kinds of actions that I'm talking about, making play over the first fret. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hoik you up here for a minute. I don't know how good the view is. One day in the future, when I have a better slightly better camera, I think I might be able to monitor what I see at the same time, but as it stands, this is excuse me, this is going to remain in the land of just kind of assuming that you can see. Okay, so I'm just going to raise this somewhat, just enough. And while I'm at things, I'm just going to, it seems a silly thing to do, but it's actually quite hard to make a straight line with new holes. Mainly because when you've got a 8 or 9, I can't remember exactly how big these are, but when you've got a hole like this, the hole is going to want to grab you and drag you wherever the hole wants to drag you. So in order to get in the right place, you really got to sort of start out with a centre spot that you're comfortable with. Now, I'm quite good at marking those by eye, but if you weren't, then probably you'd be best off getting a ruler into the game. But I just mark it so that I've got a start point to aim for. Now what's going to happen is, this isn't the strongest, steadiest platform in the world. I just need a tiny amount. I'll move the camera in a second. I only need the smallest amount of support under here. And there's a couple of these plates. Yeah, that'll do. Don't want to rattle things around. Right, there's a bit of holding on and pushing things around and holding things down. When you have to use a piece of wood underneath something, it's always a little bit. It can be a little bit tricky. This isn't the most solid fixing in the world, but also, you know, there's a bit of movement if you're not careful, and you've got to put a piece of wood up there, and it doesn't bolt on. It's sort of held in place. But okay, so we make some noise. Basically, I want to line the thing up first. So let's just do it without that spinning. This time I'm going to need to replace this drill because it's a little bit on the sort of rattly side. But so the kind of, I just want to make sure that that point's coming down in the beginning to the centre point. It moves when it moves. Bizarrely, the bit that I've chosen, first of all, it hasn't gone all the way through yet, but that's not a problem. The bit I've chosen feels to me, no pun, a little bit blunt. But it's doing the job, so I'll live with it for this job, but I think I might put it to one side. So it's on target. I'm just going to line it up for another go. I also need to adjust this speed on here. See, it's a bit lacking in force. Now that's gone through with a bit of a split sound at the back, which is annoying. So that's, I'm going to ditch this one. So we'll have a pause while I find a sharper piece. I'm going to bin this literally. Okay. Running. Yeah, so here's my plan this time around. What I'm going to do is I'm going to partly drill use this new wood drill, but it's still not great exiting the other side. I tried it on a spare, but I don't know if it's because it's blunt or it's just not, or it's not perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand these holes to a point, and then I'm going to use this one. Sorry about the noise. So, initial holes drilled, and then I'll just change out the bit, replacing it with this multi-purpose one, HSS drill, which is kind of, it does everything, but it exits a bit more cleanly than those wood drills, which is a bit silly when you consider that actually wood drills, you would want a clean exit on a piece of wood, but hey. Right, so this again a bit noisy, so forgive me. I'm going to just try and line these things up first. There we go, straight in. Clean it out the other side. I'm just going to do each one with it off. I don't want to do piling in, drilling a wider hole. Into the hole first. And finally. Okay, yeah, these are much better. Oh well, c'est la vie. Oh, it's not a bad thing. It will clean up, but slightly annoying. So I'll know for the next round of things. So, whoops, put it down there. You know, good thing to do it first, then we've got time to clean up the lacquer as and when at our leisure. So, let's put those back in there. In there. Oh, now we're getting warmer, thankfully. So, someone's binging away at me. So, looking at this, you can see that it's probably just a tiny bit under still, even though it's a 10mm thing. You probably just need to work on it a little bit with the, well, that one goes in. So there you go, that's your replacement tuner. Beautiful looking thing and lots of beautiful smooth operation. We'll put that out of the way because it's not actually the set I ordered. It's identical but different. Put those out of the way. Okay, so the fun bit, now we've re-glued that little chip that came out. The fun bit is reshaping the headstock, and for this I like to, wherever possible, again mask it off so I know what I'm looking at and I can draw all over it. It doesn't matter, we can draw directly onto the wood anyway, since we're going to scrape the logo and the lacquer off, so it doesn't really matter from that perspective. But if I'm drawing, I like to draw on some tape, so I've got plenty of leeway to, if it doesn't make any sense, I can basically pull it off and redraw. Sounds like the band communication is firing off over there with WhatsApp, and I wouldn't be surprised if it sounds something like, "Hey guys, I've got a cold and can't make it." No, that's pretty much run out. Let me check and see what the band update news is. I'm up for it. Are we tonight? Oh, we are. Yeah, I better say yes, hadn't I? Forgive me a second. Yeah, thumbs up. Yep, that's my bit done. Meanwhile, use up last bit of tape. Suggest a trip to the market tomorrow to get a bit more masking tape. These chaps have been in a bit of a famine as far as low-tack masking tape, even wide masking tape is concerned. Alright, so all I care about at this point is having a nice surface to draw on. And what I've got here is I've got two of these necks and I want to copy one onto the other. Now, as you can see, it's never going to be a precise copy, which is nice because if you think about it, it's giving it its own unique something or other. And I just want to line these up roughly to my own eye. Whoops, that moved again. But it will be good enough to see what I'm doing. And basically I'm just using that as a starter, as you can see. And it doesn't take that much fiddling about. We don't have to be too precise. What we have to look at is say, does that look okay? Well, obviously that's too far in. That's never going to want to cut in that far. So I'm going to need to. I will extend the curve a little bit because I want it to be a finer thing. But if I'm going to come and meet the neck sympathetically, it's going to have to come down more like that. Right? Otherwise, I'm going to be ending up thinning the neck when I'm cutting in. I don't want to do that. So there's my fix or something. This looks pretty good, so I can just draw me a sort of nice smooth curve around there. Now, if you're not comfortable with a pencil or curves or whatever, then you can always go to Google, and on Google you will always find somewhere down there some templates that you could print out and stick on here. The danger, I suppose, or the downside of that, is that they would tend to be strictly Fender copies, so you're kind of copying a Fender and not coming up with your own. This one I'm copying here is my own. It's a version of a Fender, a classic Fender look, but it wouldn't be millimeter perfect by any standards, and every one is going to be slightly different because I do them by hand, not by a machine. So that's a nice bit about it. So if you're going to do this, practice, get used to drawing your own lines, and maybe adding a little bit of your own flavour into it. It won't be that much different, like this is it's still evidently a Fender style headstock, but it's just a slightly finer version than you probably find online, and it basically has come from me copying the one I love that I put on my red Stratocaster, or that I built my red Strat. But again, that was I don't know where that neck came from, but it was beautiful in both shape and profile. So this is what we're looking at, and it's just sort of visual start point. Now, if you just start now by cutting away or filing away, I guess the difficulty might be is that you'll lose the paper very quickly and you might lose the line. So what I often tend to do is to cut the line with the knife, and I desperately need some new blades because I'm working with the increasingly blunt remains of things. I might just be able to break this one off one more time and use a sharp edge just to do this task. Well, some of it went somewhere. Okay, well, I get myself just a sharp edge enough to do this job. But note to self, when going to the hardware place tomorrow, get some more. So what I can do is, because I'm losing this material, I can just go, right, let's get a nice, as smooth as I can, curve cut into this lacquer. Now, really, all I'm doing is cutting off the paper at this point. And then once I've cut the paper off, I can just pull it away long enough. Again, I don't have to worry too much about the lacquer underneath, because we are reworking that anyway, as you know. So a bit of force to get through it. Okay, and you can say, right, there's my start edge. Right, and then I'm going to do the same down here. Again, it's all by hand, so it's never going to be either perfect or even twice the same. It's always going to be different. But the principle is that if I do that, then I cut off the excess material. It's got some scratching in the lacquer, but I don't mind because I'm going to redo that. And then I'm going to, cut around this curve by hand as well. It's quite difficult doing a curve and pressing down with enough pressure to cut the tape, but you can do it. And if you have to stop and pull it off so far, and then turn it round and do the next bit. I feel like that Bob, what was his name? Bob the Painter bloke on 1980s American TV. Bob Frost, was it? I can't remember. I was talking about him the other day. Right, so look, that's as near as, gosh darn it, a nice rework of a familiar headstock. And to make this thing easier for myself, I'm now going to just, whatever way it works best, just paint myself into the corner there. Alright, everything to the outside of this paper is going to come off, so it doesn't matter if we flip over the edge and make a bit of a mess. Okay, so this is now a permanent marker going on here, and it's going to give me a bit more of a guide record to work, or a permanent mark to work to. And then once it's dry, I can take off all of this, should I wish. See, this never was, this last bit of tape I had from these guys was never the low tack, it was the last of whatever they had. And basically it's a bit more annoying because you have to sort of work harder to get it off. And in really bad circumstances, when you're working with some very old knackered lacquer, worn out stuff, you can run the risk of pulling it off if it's weak. Okay, so look, there's a hand-drawn version. Now I know that because I'm going to basically cut all of this away, so from here onwards we're going to be taking some material away. I also know that once that's done, I'm going to need to remove this anyway, so it doesn't matter if I draw on here really. We're going to take all this top layer of poly lacquer off, and then we're going to have to obviously redo this edge and the top together. Now also, what I noticed, what I liked a lot about the guitar I had, was the fact that it wasn't quite, it didn't have this chunk here, it did something else. It went like this. It was a much softer thing. Now the downside about doing that, this is water-based by the way, downside about doing that is it's a nice little bit of a reshape, and I would do it on my own guitar if I was doing the whole thing. The reason I did it on my own neck was I also thinned this down, so the whole lot I ended up lacquering. The reason I'm not going to do it on this one, because it would then demand that I'm redoing the whole of the back as well, and then you have a problem with where do you finish. And here the finish problem is cured by the boundary of the nut, so we can do all of the top here. There's going to be a bit of blending in here that has to happen, but we don't really want to bring that into it and then start blending it around here. So I'm not going to. That's a bit of a more subjective thing. I like it taking that bit off, but it isn't. It's not that big a deal. This is the main difference or the main change we're going to do. Okay. So we have bring drill down thingies. This one needs a little bit of gentle sanding work. Slightly, I've got a file for this as well, but I'm just using a sandpaper equivalent for a minute, partly because it's been under a bit of strain in the splitting at the back, so I don't really want to exaggerate that with a raspy file. But I'll worry about the fit to the very last minute anyway, because that's the sort of final thing. Now the top of the shed's now warm. Everything gets brighter. The amount of draw that this thing brings, takes off the power is quite a lot. Okay, so we're warmer. Got the headstock shaped, and now it is a matter of putting this little fella into the clamp. The jaws of doom, the thingies of thingy. And doing things with, I'll just point this so you can see, sorry. Doing things with a file and getting mean with a file. Now, this is a little bit of a funny thing to do, because unless you've got several pairs of free hands, it's always a bit odd. Now what I want to do is I want to open this up just enough to accept this thing. However, I want it to grip it properly, and it never quite sits where I want, other than something like that to begin with. That's not bad. So it gives me access to it, so I can fire away with my nasty tools. And basically for this there really are two. I don't really get the Dremel on it or anything, I just get the... What just fell off there? I don't know. I get the files on it. And this is very much, by the way, a by eye task. There's nothing other than sort of a sculptor's eye going on here. So it will be by a combination of eye and feel, and following the line on this side obviously, but I'm going to kind of guess it to where it gets to down there. I won't bore you through all of this because it will take quite a long time, but just so you kind of get the idea. And I'm using first of all the bowed side of this, or the curved side of this file, sort of dig in a bit, and then occasionally I'll use the flat edge to get further into the corner. When we get into the corners down there, it's quite tricky, and you have to be, I might use a couple of other diamond coated files that they aren't great for wood, but they may just help me square off, and then I might use a blade just to kind of cut right into that corner so that we've got an angle down there. It isn't dictated by, you know, the thickness of these tools. It just helps to preserve the refined feel of the piece, because if you see, it isn't perfect on this, but if you can see, actually there's a bit of a gap in polishing gone on there, so it's a little bit dusty, but you know, it goes into there quite nicely, and it feels quite fluty and something or other. Detailed or something. So, you know, this is a destructive process, so there's no going back, other than to give Martin my neck and set that up on his guitar and call it his. But this is quite good because I've got a spare. Now what I will also typically do in this situation is clamp down my fabulous portable thingy, but to do that I would need to move this vintage case, which I think I should probably either put on eBay or throw away. It's an old, bit of a knackered old case that came with an arch top, and I wouldn't honestly want to sell the arch top in that case. The arch top's upstairs, it is listed for sale. We've got enough arms for this. However, the problem is the case is just ruined by the way the person packaged it, so it's good for nothing really. So like I said, a lot of eyeballing and a lot of going by touch and feel, using the files to take off the bulk of the material, you know, and when it gets down to finer bits I might use this one to soften off the line. It's a much finer grade of file, and it's quite good for just smoothing it off, ready for rough sandpaper, or maybe the blade but it's just a you know, a physical matter of cutting away. And like I said, always erring on the side of caution, because there's no, it's not a lot of going backwards once you miss maybe too much or go too deep in the wrong direction. So for me, it's always a matter of working the piece and standing back from it, having a feel. Like I said, I won't film all of this. It's just a matter of time, and then I'll come back when it's finished in that respect, and then we'll tap off this. Then we'll cut a dummy nut, no, blank, a nut from blank. And once we've cut the nut from blank, then that part will be ready to put back on the guitar. Oh, sorry, we'll do the lacquering and the decal indoors. And once that's done, then it'll be ready to put back on the guitar about a week from now, maybe a bit longer, once I've done all the stuff with the pickups and they've arrived and all that stuff. And then we'll put it back on and load it up and do the fret leveling, clean up this wear and see, make sure we've got enough life. I'm pretty certain we have, like I said, out in the first bit of the tape video, you know what I mean. Alright, so I'll see you in a little bit. Right, quick catch up. Here we are, the shape done. You know, right close to the line. I'm not going to overdo it because I'm still going to sand a bit down there, and that will help to flatten it off and then curl off the edges so it's nice and soft. So the next bit is to take off all of the front, and it's going to take, sorry, I got the radio on in the background, hopefully it won't get me done. So here we are, just a good old-fashioned rough sandpaper, the first stage to getting rid of all the lacquer on top of here and the Encore sign. Remember, we're kind of only working on the front at the moment, so that's going to require a block, which is somewhere. I'll get a block and just work away at it, and it's not quick, so I'll go off camera again and we'll go right up to the top here, get a bit of the lacquer off the rosewood here, that's fine, because I'll lacquer all of that up again. So get down to the rosewood and then there we go. You can see it's not taking too long for the Encore to come off. Well, right before your eyes. Quicker than I thought in a way, but now if it doesn't leave a big shadow, then I could carry on from here. I don't absolutely need to go the whole hog and get all of it off, because it would be a fine base to do my next bit of lacquering from. But you tend to find a bit of a shadow there, which would be nice to go a bit further and remove that. So, but there you go. You know, we're in progress. Not long at all. Doing my best to keep it as flat as possible, hence the block. Okay, well I'll stop there for a minute, because what I'm also going to do at the same time is going to do a bit of sanding on the edges here, just to bring that back up. Then I'll fill those and we'll go from there. Might still need just a little bit of a blend in here. See where this edge joins. I don't want it to be quite so pronounced or quite so sharp. So it does, you know, when you smooth things out, you do ever so slightly extend where you're lacquering by just softening off things a little bit. It's just basically to stop it being quite so sharp, and then we'll sand that as well. You know, for the bigger surfaces here, we get some simple sanding on there. We might need a finer block to get right into the corner. Obviously we need to do it by hand on that bit because the curve won't work it otherwise. And same with here, a bit of combination, a mixture of lock right to the edge. You know, and the game here is obviously to ensure that it's as straight as possible as we're softening it off. So it's going to involve re-lacquering the whole of the top of this curve. But this is quite important, this bit, because you can go off the tracks on the curve here and make it end up looking flattened. And there's quite a bit of work to do right in that corner, and I'll get a small piece of timber for that and put a piece of sandpaper on. So it's just a slow process. You can see fairly clearly what I'm doing. You know, if we get a piece and work by hand in here. Sorry about the radio. This is LBC in the background. Quite interesting listening some of the time. It has a range of different views. I quite like that. It's not one particular, it's a talk radio station, it's not one particular perspective. So in the same day you'll have Nigel Farage with his 1 hour show putting out propaganda from his perspective, and then you'll have in the mornings you'll have someone like James O'Brien who's very smart, but in some cases, you know, is putting out his own propaganda for his version of things. You know, and all good listening, good entertainment. I find myself listening more to it now than I do Radio 4 at the moment, mainly because it satisfies that need to think about the Brexit, Donald Trump era. I don't want to listen to British period restoration whatever plays on Radio 4 when the world's in such a bizarre state of affairs. It seems much, well, I don't know about you, I find myself with a bit of an appetite for political discussion more than I do light, middle class, upper middle class British radio entertainment, which in a way is what Radio 4 ends up being most of the time, albeit very entertaining and interesting in lots of different ways. It is quite a harmless, safe world of yeah, quite a limited range of perspectives in some ways. Sorry Radio 4 if you think that's a bit of an unfair assessment, but okay, so I'm just going to use a smaller piece of timber to get into this area, and you can either clamp these things back in the vise for this, or do what I'm doing, which is shove them over your shoulder and hold them in a lock. So I'm kind of relying on the mix with the edge of the wood and the edge of the sandpaper to create a straight edge, sanding this out. But you know, worth the effort. As I say, probably the next thing that would work in here would be to take a blade to it, and that's one way of just gently ensuring that everything stays you know, flat. Can be quite useful. This is a bit haphazard because the blades are a bit sharp, unfortunately, but the principle's the same. You can get kind of right up into the corner, and again, if that doesn't work, you can use it as the scraper I mentioned, which is again can be quite a good way of just flattening out that bit where the chisels, sorry, the chisels, the files can't go. So looking all right. A bit more sanding to do. Okay, look, I'm going to stop there because you can see where it's going, and you can see very clearly the amount of lacquering I'm going to have to do once I put my own decal on. But it's predictable. That there, down there, blending it in there, around the top, and a blend there, and that's about, I'm sorry, that's about it. So yeah, it's on its way. There you go, that's Martin's Encore Indian Strat becoming something else. But you think, you know, that's a nice, delicate, sort of musically looking Strat head, copied from that one. Slightly different, but you know, still close enough to feel like they're siblings from the same stable. Okay, see you in a bit. And here she is, the Encore, the Encore India body with what has to be, not has to be, looks like a non-Encore body, scratch plate, because the holes don't quite match up. So I'm not sure, and I won't know until I see some later in the week, but I don't think the Encore, scratch plate was I don't think if it's like the Sunn Mustang one, it didn't have this modern 5-way switch in here. So I don't think, realistically, I don't think this is going to be a bad quality switch if it's a replacement. So let's see what we've got. So we have a nice weight pearl sparkle body in really good condition. I'm going to give it a polish up later at the end of everything with some scratch remover, which will just bring out a bit of its natural luster a little bit more. We've got aged plastic on here, and you'll see when we take this off, you see just how yellow that's gone. But it's a really cool look. And when you connect this neck to that body, what a beaut that guitar is, providing we get some nice pickups in it. Now I went and bought the white pig irons here, and in discussion afterwards, Martin and I realised that it would probably, not 100%, but it probably looks better. I prefer it, and I think he does, with the vintage looking things. Now the difference is we can't reuse these because these are 50mm spacings, and that's the issue with all of the Encore stuff, and these are 52mm spacings on this pig iron set. So there's a couple of things I'm going to try and do, and I don't really know how this is going to work out. I think on the one I've got indoors that I really love to play, I think it's just I just lived with the slight spacing, and all it does is just puts the strings, the outside strings, a tiny fraction out, but it sounds great. So it's not the end of the world. But what I have got is lots of leftover bridges and bits and pieces, and I'm looking at, I've got some wider pieces here, and I think we could just use slightly wider pieces and get the 52mm spacing without making any major difference to this. I've also got some 52mm bridges which we can, you know, literally move the pieces, so I'm going to play around with that. It's set hardtail. I've also got, as it happens, a hardtail Strat style bridge, which is quite tidy, but it will leave us with a hole, so that would be a shame. But the bridge pieces are nice, the saddles are nice in that. Just a quick look at this. We've got a couple of mismatched holes here which I think Martin would like me to fill, and I have some paint which I can fill with. It won't look exactly the same, but it'll cover up the holes. So we've got some holes that show us that this pickguard is working, but it wasn't the original for this guitar. Aged looking knobs and just bog standard stuff. So the thing I'm noticing too is the scratch plate screws, or pickguard screws, are pretty worn. So I'm going to probably replace some of those as we go along. But let's do something smart first. Let's get the knobs off, because I don't want to try and do that once the pickguard's loose. I'm going to take this thing completely apart. You see that lovely, what do you call it? Sun bleached? No, that's the original white colour of the pickguard. So I'm going to take it all apart, everything off, and go from scratch, because I want to check make sure that the scratch plate is shielded as well before we put anything back in. And the cavities. This is a completely different screw. So there's a few odds and sods going on here, but there's no reason why this shouldn't come back together as a really nice guitar. And just looking at the condition of the neck, the frets there were jumbo frets, really big chunky jumbo frets on these guitars, so they've got a lot of life in them, and they haven't really been overplayed that hard. So the nice thing is we're going to get good fret level out of them, plus they'll be still got a good 10-20 years of play left in them, depending on how hard you play. Okay, so we've got some oversized screws going, actually they're strap screws used on here because this is obviously worn out somewhere in the past. That's a nice little touch, somebody's wound that around the plug to keep it tidy, that's cool. Now I'm not going to fire up my soldering iron at this point, and the reason why is my soldering iron seems to have a deal where it blows the whole shed power at the moment. It seems to be drawing too much power, so I'm just going to clip these for the time being, but that's fine because I know what I'm doing. So this has been painted on the inside. Now we have our kind of bit of solder. Somebody soldered something. Okay, yeah, so we've got the original colour of the guitar, which is amazing, isn't it? Look at that. And you can see the outside ones that I'm going to just try and take care of. This one's had some paint or something put on it, but it's just, I don't know, maybe Tipex or something. It's just splurged out of the edge, which just spoils it a tiny bit. But like you can see there, it's all good, nothing untoward there. I'm going to use, if I can find them. I was going to use my, there we are, my pliers. Just try and hook. So we've got 3 tremolo screws in straight, tremolo springs in straight line, holding the trem down, and the claw is fully in. So I'm going to be very careful. These are really stripped, these screws, so I've got to be very careful how we get them off. Can't afford to miss, and I don't think I have any spare ones, so I need them to just come out. And these are bent by the looks of it. Beautiful old guitars, and actually that doesn't really want to come out any further. Interesting. I'm just keeping a pressure down on here so that it doesn't move anywhere. Okay, that's better. So yeah, well, you can see straight away why that is a better arrangement than some of the Sunn Mustang guitars from the same factory. Now the Sunn Mustangs come with routings that fit these pickups only, and you can see they're just pure, they're completely sort of sausage shaped, and there's no space at all in the routing. It's just literally a kind of torpedo shaped hole, and they only just fit those. And what they don't allow is any more modern pickups like these that come on little V-shaped or heart-shaped plates. So to modify or upgrade the pickups on a Sunn Mustang is a bit of a pain, because you have to chisel out some heart-shaped edges to those holes, whereas with this, it's what they've done is they've cut out the whole swimming bath arrangement, so you can put anything you like in there. You could have 3 humbuckers in a line if you wanted to. What's interesting is I thought that this guitar was thinner in the body than the Sunn Mustangs, but actually I'm not sure it is. It may be slightly, it may be the full width, and what they've done is they've saved. It feels, no, it still feels a fraction thinner still than some of the Sunn Mustangs, but obviously a lot of the weight's taken away in this swimming pool affair. Now, with a new set of tuners on the end, we won't know how the overall balance feels until we get it all back together again. But it's one of those things that there's so much room in here that if we wanted to add some weight into it, we could without any major kerfuffle. For foreign listeners, that's a strange made-up English word that means messing around. So the majority of those come out. They're not very good condition, and this one is going to need a bit of a hand. We may have to find a replacement for this because it's slightly bent, slightly bent and hardly bent and slightly bent. And now these, yeah, basic bog standard. Okay, so we're going to play around with that in a minute. So right now I can just place this out of the way. Next thing I'll do on here is ooh, wow, paintwork taken right off, which is kind of convenient because it's right down to the body. But I'll fill these holes with some wood and some glue, and then I'll look at I'll tap them in a little bit so they're sunken, and then I'll look at replacing them with a couple of dabs of cream. I don't think I'll get a sparkle, but I might get just about a workable cream, and then we can put a bit of clear lacquer on top once they're dried. So the first bit of fun comes with this. Now what I know is this is a 50mm bridge. The next thing I'd like to know is if I do have first of all, if I do have a straight replacement, which takes it to, does the same job but takes it to 52mm in width. Right, is that identical? No, that doesn't work. It could work that way around, that might make more sense. No, not perfect alignment. That doesn't belong with that one. That's quite chunky. Okay, that aligns screw wise and string wise, but not tremolo wise, but we don't care because we're not using the tremolo. Got a couple of these, oh no, there's another one. This is a twin, double, we don't want that, that's a 2-point floating trem. Okay, so I've not got one here with a little curly bar at the back, which actually lines up nicely. Does it? No, doesn't line up. So did we? Just going back in time, did I actually find one that lined up? Yes. Okay, that one lines up if I wanted to. And what that does is that gives me a 55mm. Sorry, 52mm. Let's get this set. 52mm spread of the, what do you call those things? Like strings. Yep, 52mm. That's 52mm. We could reuse those saddles. There's no reason why we couldn't. There'd just be a little bit of a gap between them. Or we could kind of upgrade the fella with something like that. We could use those same ones on this same bridge, which just would push them apart and make them a little kind of like a crowded mouth. But we could borrow that, and we could borrow something else, right? Hatching a scheme. Let's get those out of the way. Let's get off all of the old saddles first. Sorry, this is thinking as we go. Right, so this is our Sunn Mustang. We're going to go with the hardtail anyway. So actually, let me try something else. In fact, if I do this other thing I was going to try, I'd be a bit jealous because it might be something I want to try on my own instead. I've got a big block that I can't really fit into anything at the moment, but I don't think it's going to even fit. No, that's a nice big, and that's got 50. Blimey, no, that's 55mm spacing. Who knows what that worked off. 52 we're going to go with, but 55 is a bit much. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just for fun, is I'm going to just see what the original saddle would look like with a set of replacement bridges that, because of their width, will push the whole affair to 52 instead of 50, which would give us our what do we call it? It will give us our spacing for the pickups. It's not 100% ideal because they'll be a bit snaggle-toothed in the sense they're pushing up against. They'll be a little bit cluttered, but there's no reason why they wouldn't work together. So it's just a little experiment. Now, this is not the most expensive set of additional saddles. I think it's about £12 or something, but the point is they would solve this problem of the pickup spacing in the simplest way. Doesn't really matter that they sit a little bit crowded because they've got rollers on them as well, so that really would help the string run smoothly over it. So it just might be a way of solving it without replacing the bridge. Failing that, while I'm at it, I've got to find 3 of these little fixing screws, but once I do, I'll put together a larger bridge using the smaller pieces. So you can see these work, but they're just slightly kind of muscling each other side to side. And see what it comes out like. But you know, there's no harm ever in having a set of roller saddles involved anyway. It just helps the string move, and that's actually quite a crush. So it's really going to work. I mean, it could work at a push, but I'm not going to do it. I don't like. So next experiment, let's dump these for a minute. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to borrow the 3 screws from this bridge, connect up that bridge over there, test it in the hole, and then if it fits nicely and the screws all line up, which it should do, then what I'll do is I'll reconstruct it with those rollers on it, which will be the correct spacing side to side, and we will have ourselves 52mm to start with at the bridge as opposed to anything else. Now the other thing is 52mm at the bridge, we have to just double check it against the neck because it can bring it quite close to the edge, which might not be what we want. So put those there for a minute, borrow these, hopefully they're the same pitch threads, you'll find out now. Yep. Okay. I'll just check the holes. The holes line up, not fantastically, but not too bad. So without going any further, let's put those next to where they belonged. Without going any further, I'm just going to double check this on there. Okay, so those don't quite line up, and there's a Alright, what I might do is I might go back to the original and just live with the pickup string over the space, pickups string over the poles just being slightly to the outside on the low E's. I think I'll live with that. That's what I've got on mine, and it plays absolutely brilliantly. The problem is it's like they say hen's teeth to try and find any replacement 50mm bridge parts, because they are, it seems, well, they're very rare. It's not common for people to have them, and that there aren't many guitars that I've worked on that have them, and it's the Sunn Mustangs and the Encores seem to have gone down that road. I think some of the Marlin's bridges, the Marlin Strat bridges, can be really small as well. I think they're the same dimensions. Okay, so I'm going back in time while I'm at it, just cleaning up this while I've got it apart. So I'm going to go back to the original bridge, put the original saddles on with a little clean, and then we'll work with that. Just put that off to one side, put these back in a bag. While I've got the cleaning fluids out, what I'll also do is just give the body a scrub down. Put those back somewhere else. I'll just get rid of any of the sort of surface goo, see what we're really dealing with. It's always nice to get some of the ears of dust out of the way, and you can get a clearer idea of what the finish is doing. And this is pretty good all round. It's miles better than the one I had. The one I had was just split around the neck pocket, but I bought it deliberately for that because I wanted to practice repairing it, see what it took and what it required. And it turned out to be Well, it was my first introduction to Sunn Mustangs, and I just fell in love with it. I thought it was such a great guitar to play. It's so much fun. So I kept it for about 2 years and only just sold it not so long back actually. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to fill this, but I'm going to continue cleaning the bridge parts and reconstructing that while we're at it. And they're all these bits are working fine. They're just a bit dusty, nothing major going wrong with them. So it's a boring process of just giving everything a little bit of a rub down, get rid of grime. No harm them looking as good as they can before we replace them. Part of the fun of refurbing things. Sometimes if I've got loads of little bits, I'll just get a plastic container and shove some of this naphtha stroke petroleum ether in there and kind of toothbrush them all together. It's great for metal bits, but I think it can be a problem when it comes to most finish seems fine with it, but I've noticed in the past some vintage plastics can, or the paint, or ancient paint jobs on the paint on knobs and things can take umbrage to it and come off. So you find the hard way, and then you have to go looking for replacements. So basic plastic finish, things like that, all good to do with naphtha, but watch out when it comes to vintage finishes and or vintage painted dials and knobs and things. Okay, so that's that. And also while I'm at it, I'm just going to give this a rub down. No, I'm not. I'll take it apart first. So let's put this together. I'm looking at the switch on there. That switch is a cheapish, perfectly adequate sort of, I don't know what they call it, import style Strat switch. All I can see about it is there's a few bits of it that look a little bit rusty, but that's just age and maybe a humid environment. That doesn't seem to be a problem, but we'll have a closer look. I think I might have a replacement Oak Grigsby style 5-way switch, which I'm still totally confused by which all the differences between the import, the Fender, the Oak Grigsby. There seems to be so many different all parts. Every switch has a different configuration. Next door. Okay, so that's those. Let's just put these back on. I'm just going to check which are on the small stilts and which are on the long ones, because we want the small stilts to the outside. Which are those? Oh, nice, shout some more. Okay. So for all of those people who hate dragged out, boring videos, sorry. I'm not allowed to say sorry anymore. Andy told me. But yeah, it's just editing. It only makes sense, and I've made films and edited documentaries and things, and done quite a bit of that kind of work. So editing only makes sense when you want to construct a narrative or something. It's not something that makes any. It doesn't really warrant the time spent doing it on this kind of work. So you edit when you're constructing a meaning, but there's not really any need for it here, especially when you can self-edit with the fast forward, whatever, back button, quit, go somewhere else button. Of course, in the olden days of broadcast TV, you couldn't really do that other than jump channels. Having said that, I remember my first sight of first real sight of a VCR, and I was staying with some very kind family who, after I'd had some domestic home I've got different sized bloody screws, haven't we? Typical. That's the other thing to watch out for. Different size screws. Long ones for the ones that stick furthest forward. Blah blah blah. Anyway, yeah, I was staying with a very kind family who were kind of looking after me when I got booted out from home by my old pa, who at the time was struggling to keep control over this particular 15-year-old, 16-year-old kid. Anyway, that was in the kind of dark punk days of Coventry, and it was the ska era, and I was running around town misbehaving quite a bit in my zoot suit. Anyway, so I stayed with these very kind people, and they were the parents of a friend of mine at school who put me up for a few months while I finished my so-called A-levels. Brackets, read, drank some more whiskey and played in more bands. Anyway, the point of the story was, it was in their front room, and they were comfortably off sort of family. They were very straight-laced and decent, and you know, they had all the stuff. The dad used to love Genesis, and he used to have his hi-fis, his separates, and we used to come in and see him sitting there with his in his big living room chair with these great big speakers, and he put on his Seconds Out or something, his latest Genesis album, and we kids would sort of be quite in awe as he sort of blissed out to this. Anyway, he was always probably likely to be the first sort of guy in the neighbourhood to get a VCR, and it was obviously it was a Betamax top loader thing, or maybe the Philips, but anyway, it just happened to get it, and it coincided it with the actual day that the space shuttle launched for the first time. Wow, okay, well look, this is interesting. I've gone with a recommendation for the 250k pots, and this little fella here has got 500k mini pots, but that's because it was the Sunn Mustang factory did that. And we've also got what looks to be a 473, so changing all of this. So I'm just going to make a note of that. We've got 500Ks and 473, 0.473 thingy, and I'm going to go for 250Ks, and I'm going to go for 0.022, I think it is, thing. But I'm also, because I quite like to keep a record, I'm going to take a picture of, if I can just shut down the airplane mode a minute. Sorry. Take a picture of the configuration on this, just as my reference purposes. Yeah, so Jerry O'Grady got the first VCR top loader. I remember coming into the front room and this sort of hushed event as we all kind of, us sort of unruly kids sort of piled in to see, not only see this incredible machine, but also to witness him. That's interesting. Unsprung. Yeah, watch him record the space shuttle launching, which was kind of two amazing things all in one go. But then to watch after it had launched, to immediately for the first time ever watch it launching again and playing backwards, which was just mind-boggling. I mean, really mind-boggling. And that was my first ever experience of the amazing joys of a video recorder. And I tell you what, I honestly can't remember them using it for anything else. I don't ever remember. Of course there weren't any films at that time. There wasn't a movie, there wasn't a blockbuster. I mean, it's 1981, I think. Probably the summer of 1981. be. And in fact, I'm not even sure it was the first mission. I think it might have been the first test of the space shuttle, because anyway, it had to be 1981, or if nothing, 1980. So there was absolutely no such thing as a film library. You couldn't go anywhere and rent a video. You just had this machine with the hardware with no software. So all you could do with it was, I don't know, record things off telly and watch them back, and kind of marvel at being able to make the Fonz go backwards or speed up and run around. And of course, it never worked very well because the tracking was always going doolally, and the tapes would tear and rip and wear out. And then, actually, funny enough, in terms of, sorry, I'm only talking about this, by the way, because my target market age group will recognise most of these things. In the unlikely event that you're a youngster dropping in, which it is unlikely, please try and see this from just a natural history perspective. Okay, to some old bloke talking about things that are just mysterious and wonderful to you. Yeah, so the next memory I have of the VCR and its miracles was about a year later, or 1982. My mum's, I suppose my stepdad, my mum's husband, who lived and worked in Trinidad in the West Indies, where my family is from, and I was born many moons ago. But he was still, they'd after her and my dad had split up, she had gone back, stayed in Trinidad, and my dad had gone back to his home in England, and my mum had this long-term relationship with this chap, and anyway, it's sort of by the time 1982 came around, they'd split up and got back together again and split up and whatever, and they were sort of starting to get back together again, thinking maybe they were the only people who could ever live with each other. So he was in Trinidad, she'd gone over to a house that he'd bought in Florida with my sister, and the plan was, the idea was, I was going to go to Trinidad and work with him in this little business, inverted commas, selling VCR recorders to the locals. Now, you know, it doesn't sound quite as colonialist. Wasn't as colonialist as it sounds. In other words, he was also a local, and so was I, in a sense. So we weren't kind of, you know, the big white man selling beads to the natives type of deal. It was very humble, and there wasn't a lot of money in it. Anyhow, the fun part is that it was the video boom, you know, and I remember that the whole crux of Peter's business was selling, I think it was a Zenith, it was called, an American, well, not American, it would have been a Japanese, I guess, in those eras, probably a Japanese made VCR, and it was definitely a Betamax format. And so he was importing these in the States, shipping them to Trinidad, and together we were traipsing around the island selling them to very grateful local Trinidadian people who had never seen the video machine. I mean, it was absolutely brand new to them, so it was a bit of a miraculous thing, as it was, you know, like the first time we ever saw it. So that was the next time I saw videos, and it was in the form of usually a box or two in the back of a not very glamorous Toyota car, and we would put these videos into the back of the car and then drive out into the bush in Trinidad, basically. I really am out of sharp blades. I have got to go and get some. I can't live like this. That might be an excuse for taking a trip into the town, but it's hard work. If you don't have a sharp blade, you don't got nothing. And I really am I mean, I might just break off one more piece off here, but that's a lot. I just need a sharp edge. Yeah, health and safety. And it might be a sharp point, but it's not much of a sharp edge still. Yeah, so that was the next time I had any dealings with the video recorder, and I can't remember when it would have been years later, as I sort of settled down, or you know, had proper jobs and got a flat or whatever. I can't remember the first time I had one, but I'm pretty certain it would have been in those days. And this is another one that us older folks will remember. There was you rented TVs from a place called, I don't know, Rediffusion or something. And so my first video undoubtedly would have been a rented one. Radio Rentals, do you remember? How weird. So I actually can't really think where the first, it might have been right up to the first time I ever owned my own house, or the only time I owned a house, which was in 96 or something like that. I might have owned a video, and it was such a big deal. I mean, it was such a high status objects in a way. And then of course around that sort of early 90s was the boom of the VHS thing. The ones I sold in the, I helped my stepfather to sell in the early 80s, the Betamax, that obviously died a commercial death pretty much straight away. And so everything, not in the States. I think it was Betamax. They've lasted longer in the States, but certainly in the UK we were converted to VHS. I think, which was the simpler, compromise type format. It wasn't great quality, but it was easier to make and sell. And so most of the people of my age group remember, when we think of videos, we tend to remember going to the video shop and renting a VHS copy of a movie. And then there was that sort of period around about, I can't remember when it was now, but when the DVD started to poke its head out, and suddenly we all became aware that our VHS collection was just doomed. And then they became a bit like tapes, they became a stack of things in a cupboard, and then they became a stack of things on a shelf, in a cupboard on a shelf covered up, so you didn't really look at them unless you had to go and find Granny's wedding or something. And then eventually they became a pile of tapes on a shelf that you kept saying to yourself, oh, I've got to take these to the dump and trash them. And then eventually one day you do, and that's that. I mean, there are still, occasionally you go around someone's house and you see some, I think my dad's got some sitting on a shelf, because I think they got some of his favourite, I don't know, Count Basie playing or something, stuff that I don't think you get anywhere else. But isn't it funny how it moves on? VHS. Horrible. I mean, all the years of making music on, using audio cassette, just unbelievable. I mean, again, something that many of you people similar age group to me will remember, the Tascam 244. Do you remember that sort of square Porter Studio? That was the name at the time, and it was that grey plastic. It recorded its 4 tracks onto cassette format, which was never designed for it. In fact, the cassette format, the micro cassette format like that, was developed from a dictaphone format, and its purpose was only ever to record voice for memo purposes. So, for that job, it absolutely never required any bass headroom. And of course, with those first Porter Studios using the cassette, the micro cassette, compact cassette they used to call it. As a result, it didn't have any headroom for bass at all, so you just got fairly weedy recordings, but it was all we had at the time. And I think Jean-Michel Jarre recorded Oxygen on one, and in a way you can sort of tell, because even though I think he did a far better job technically than we ever did in our experiments at that age, or in that era, it's still characterised by a lack of bass, or lack of dynamic depth, really. So that was the first multi-track device I ever remember. There might have been something before it, but and certainly would have been in a professional studio, but the first commercially available one that we knew was the Tascam 244 Porter Studio. But my God, did we have fun with it! You know, just bouncing down. When you kind of discovered how to bounce down tracks, I mean, you just kept bouncing things, layering tracks upon tracks until you had this white noise, kind of roaring sea of white noise, that tape hiss that you could never fix or undo, and it made things awful to listen to. But you know, it was great for creatively. You could still get all your ideas down, and you just never could. You could never ever do anything commercial or professional with them. They were never ever going to be more than bad demo tracks, and that's before you even consider the quality of the music. So that was the Tascam, and then I remember I had that for a while, and I remember I think I helped my mate to buy the next version up, which was a slimmer looking machine. It might have been a Yamaha, and I think it was a Tascam still. So he got the next version up later on, a couple of years later, and it still had exactly the same problems. It was just smaller. It was less sturdy actually, and it just basically picked up a wall of white noise every time you tried to do things. I don't think I have any recordings from that era, but I know he does have one that we did. I kind of recorded a song of his that I can still hear in my mind today. Not only the song, but I can hear the recording with all its wall of ambient hiss. so that must have been sort of 84-ish, something like that. And then I think, I don't think I did any more multi-tracking, but the next innovation I got around 87 or 88 it might have been, was I discovered, actually thanks to a guy who I used to work in the oil industry around that time, and I was away on a job in Holland, and I had to bunk up in digs with a chap called Ken, who had the stinkiest feet on the planet Earth, and it was so bad that when we used to get allocated who was sharing rooms, that was how tough the times were. Even in the oil boom, by the way, my heart used to sink, and I used to have to get. It was lucky because Ken was a dope smoker, and luckily because I learned that was one great way of shutting off the stink and not having to worry about it, was to get completely wasted. Sort of medicinal purposes, officer. Anyway. As it happens, stick a piece of foil in your finger. As it happens, Ken introduced me to this great big bulky Walkman that he carried around everywhere with him, and I was really impressed with it, because I think that it was just about the time that your Iowa Walkman with the sort of horrible tinny headphones were emerging, and Ken had this quality looking item made by Sony, and I became very impressed with it, and I eventually, because I was starting to do ambient recordings as well as music, and it really suited me to have a recorder I could carry around and hook up some little microphones into. So I think, it might have been, I don't don't know, maybe 2 years later, I think I finally got round to getting myself one, and that was my next kind of big musical recording innovation, was the Sony D6B professional Walkman, W6B or something, I don't know. Had a 6 in it and a D, and yeah, it was known as the professional Walkman. It was great. It really was good quality, but it was still the same old problem. I mean, it was a analog device that used a compact cassette, but it was just a better quality unit than most, and it had a really smart kind of thing for microphone in and recording level control. So it was definitely geared to the field recorder, probably for the news interviewers and filmmakers and that sort of stuff. I think I remember at the time that it was, for size and ease of use, it was competing with the, I think they're called Nagas or something, that the film industry used to always use. And so the Sony professional Walkman could allow you to get into places that those big bulky things wouldn't let you go to. So I had that, and funny enough, I rarely or barely ever used that for recording music. That was mostly for ambient stuff out in the world. And my next kind of big music spend was around that time I was doing sort of, I think I was just about to go to art college. I think I went in 1990, and I treated myself to a reel-to-reel Fostex R8, it was called, and it was just, I mean, to buy a reel-to-reel was just wow. And I started to do some recordings with it, and obviously it was the first time I'd ever had a reel-to-reel, and I had a mixing desk and all the all the keyboards and all the good stuff to go with it. And the reason I actually bought it was that I was partly for music, but also because I was experimenting at the time with 3D surround sound audio system, because in a sort of creative sense, I'd always been interested in sound as a much more, in some ways, a much more powerful medium than vision, and particularly because sound lends itself to going around corners, and it's much more realistically recreated than visual material. Anyhow, so as part of that kind of exploration, I decided I wanted to make a fully immersive 3D sound system, and what I needed for that was something that was capable of recording 8 tracks, and I also had a kind of cocoon of 8 microphones, or a system with 8 microphones that I used for recording, and then I had a playback zone in my house with 8 speakers surrounding the whole room, and I could record with this 8 microphone thing, and then playing back it would recreate very faithfully the positional kind of relation, the positional data of where the sound was coming from. So it really had a really quite an amazing feel to it. But those of you who record stuff and work with electronics, you can tell straight away that it was the most incredibly impractical system. And around that time, obviously I was working with computers in a bit of a boring way in the oil industry, but just before I went to art college. So computers were, in my world, they were about sort of records of pipelines and steel fabrication. They didn't have much creative potential at that point. But I was really getting into this 3D sound system stuff that I was doing, but totally frustrated by the lack of portability. And I used to dream of being able to go out into the environment with my 8 microphones and record, but of course it had to go onto 8 tracks in order to be played back, and individually the 8 tracks to be sent individually to different parts of the room in a controlled environment. And of course even then I could imagine that it could be done by computer, and actually I could imagine that the computer could not synthesize it or simulate it, but the computer could simulate the positional stuff, so that you actually only needed a pair of headphones. You didn't even need the 8 speaker bit to play back, and I got really excited about that. But the technology just didn't exist. There wasn't, at that time when I was planning that, the highest tech thing had just come in, and that was DAT. But again, it was still a mechanical tape, and that it was doubling as a music format because of its technically high quality digital storage and its reproduce, its infinite copyability without loss. But it was really only still a mastering format. I think hardly anyone I knew recorded with so much with that. You would kind of often record on an 8-track and then master it, your final stereo mix onto a DAT, which would be great because it would stay a nice high quality thing forever, providing you had a DAT machine to play it back on. And I set up the 8-track thing, and then actually it was about 1990. I remember my first year of college. I remember the whole I rented a house in my first year. I was lucky because I'd been working beforehand and I was a mature student, but the whole living room of my house was this 8-track sphere, but it was so cumbersome to use my Fostex 8-track and my mixing desk to, what could you record? Well, you could record anything you could record in that room, pretty much, because you had to have the mixer, the 8-track thing, and ideally, a cluster of 8 microphones in some sort of format. So it's impractical to demonstrate it the way I really wanted to. And I think that's kind of where I stopped doing recording stuff, and then I think what happened is I finished college and I went and had kids and got married, and pretty much my audio experiments type of stuff kind of stopped there-ish, until basically the mini disc died. Sorry, that died. Mini disc came in. That was too transitional for me. I knew that it only had a short lifespan. You could tell that it was only a short, pointless, actually, interlude between that and direct to disc, because there was some very kind of new but expensive direct to disc types of things coming out. And anyone in the biz could probably tell that mini disc was a moving disc. Any kind of, you could see in the computer world that spinning floppy disks, which effectively was mini disc was, you could tell those days were limited, and that flash memory, what do you call it, static non-moving thing format was going to be the future. And then I think there's a little period in college where I was doing sort of soundtrack experiments on film with sort of early computer Macintosh based editing things. Sound Edit, I think, was the first one. And then I think it just became clear at that point that it wasn't going to be long before you'd get audio recorders that were solid state digital. And for somebody, and I think that a lot of people who aren't in the sound industry, I suppose, can't appreciate that the one thing that someone like me could not imagine how good it would be to lose two things. Actually, would be to lose tape hiss. Okay, that was ultimately a limitation you could never get beyond. It was always there in your recordings. You could do the best you could to limit it. And crappy systems like Dolby were just an awful mechanical attempt to kill off noise, but they just killed off the high frequencies. You couldn't isolate actual hiss and kill it. So you're always hampered by tape hiss inherent in the medium, which actually you can even hear in some people's recordings. You're limited by tape hiss and the noise of the mechanism. The fact that tape was being pulled round, and people with very sensitive ears and you know, quiet passages, especially if you were out in the wilds and you were trying to record, and then let's say a nighttime scene in some far off place, and you know, having to listen closely, and you can hear the squeak of the wheels going around and the tape being pulled past a rubber pinch roller. Oh yes, and of course there was the inevitable time when the pinch roller would get in a mood, and it would just mangle your tape, and then you would be spending who knows how long trying to. If you're lucky, you would stop the thing, you'd rush over to your machine, and you'd catch it just as it started to totally mangle the tape, if you're lucky. And if you were very lucky, you would be able to stop it before it ripped the tape. Then you could carefully open up the unit. And if you're very, very lucky, again, I don't like this stuff, this isn't quite right, but it's all I've got to fill the hole. If you were very, very lucky, then you could stop the thing and then just get out the tape and pull it very, very carefully out, and no matter how much was unraveling, if you were lucky, you could end up with the tape all outside of the machine and in a long spool kind of on the floor in your living room. And then you've all probably seen that, the younger people will have seen that meme that goes around the internet with a pencil and a audio cassette, you know, compact cassette, and the pencil and the cassette shown in the same picture, and the caption says only people of a certain age will know what this means, or why these two objects are together. And of course that's absolutely true. And there would be many a time that you would then be doing the gentle rewinding or re-spooling the tape, and you'd have to do it in a way that of course all the tape was still out, and it'd be dragging it across the floor or wherever it was put, and you just had to hope that you could get it all back in without doing too much more damage. But you were kind of aware that you would inevitably do a little bit of damage. There's almost no way around it. And then once you got it back in, you'd kind of put your tape to one side and conduct a thorough examination of the internals of your tape machine, making as if you knew exactly what everything did. And about the only thing that could be said for it is that you sort of knew that the tape ran between this roller and that roller, and that's about all you knew. So you'd peer into it knowledgeably, and then if you're like me, you would get your cotton buds out, and I always had some tape cleaner, head cleaner, or some kind of, a bit like now, some, you know, petroleum ether or something like that. I always have it handy, and I would meticulously clean not only the playback heads, which was what you were meant to do, but I'd also clean all of the rollers, which built up loads of grime. So there'd be this long drawn out process of cleaning every bit that I thought would make the thing play better. Just choosing a bunch of, well, the only whites I've got to play games with here. I wonder if I've got any just silver sparkle on its own. I've got some gold. I might just actually add a touch to it. It's a whole mixture of weird things. Mostly, in fact, all of it based around nitrocellulose. But I've got a few different. I've got a white aged Olympic, but I've got a cream, vintage cream, which is more than likely going to be the one. Now, what I can do, the fun part is if I'm going to play with mixing up some colours, which I can do on any plastic thing that I've got. Let's have a palette. A bit of this as a palette. So the fun part of this is I can put a bit on here and do a little bit of mixing, and then drop some on there and just see what it looks like compared to this. And it's not in any way, shape or form going to be exact. It's de facto going to be different. It can't match it perfectly. But I'm just looking for a match or something that's going to just sit on there and look like the surrounding area. So just so we can fill these holes in and this little edge here. So I've got vintage cream there, which is one colour. I've got vintage cream here, which is pretty much the same. I've got a bit of gold eye makeup stuff, you know. No, yeah, is it nail varnish? Now that is kind of creamy mixed with sparkle, so there's a little bit of a possible hint of. Let's see what happens if we add a little bit of, just as an experiment, a little bit of sparkle to this stuff. What do we get? Well, we get slightly darker cream. Add the rest. Slightly darker cream with a tiny bit of sparkle. And what we'll do is, let's just stick it on here, on this ripped, torn part, and just eyeball it. That's not a bad mix, actually. Now I know that all I really want to do is I just need to go to the outside. In fact, typically I haven't got a paintbrush. I'm going to have to go in and get one, but meantime I can just lift this up and drop it on here. And actually, while I'm at it, why don't I put it close to the edge that I want to work it up to, since I'm doing it anyway. And I can. So the first thing all it's going to do is it's just going to take away the bright white edge that we've got currently. Doesn't matter too much how well it fits under the pick guard once it's there. And I'll just get a other chop tail stick. And I'm just going to steer it roughly, broadly into position. And it really is only for the purpose of disguising that white strip that I could see before, which wasn't really helpful. But having done it, I can also now see that's not a bad mix. It could do with probably even a little bit more gold, just to kind of add a bit more of that yellow to it. But it tells me that it won't be too hard to make a touch-up colour for those fills that I've just made. So I'm just kind of moving it around a little bit, and I'll just put this aside to let it flatten itself out over time. If you have a paintbrush, it'd probably be a little bit easier than what I'm doing, but I'm just thinning it out then, because I don't necessarily want it to stick up loads underneath the pick guard. But that's just taking care of the edge, and actually squinting at it, it's a pretty good match. And then I'll make a very similar colour when it comes to filling in these, and obviously these will dry over time. What I can do for these is I can get down nice and low to begin with and just crop them, if I know where my thing is. So I'm just going to crop this one nice and low. Health and safety. Alright, so now I can leave that to dry. That one doesn't, that little breakup of paint there doesn't extend any further. So it's basically that edge there, followed by those touch-up bits there, are all I really want to take care of. I just want to flatten this out a tiny bit more. There we go. Yep. Yeah, leave these two dry. Put it there. So we've got the cavities thingied. You know the word. Watchman called it. We've the word is shielded with a sort of Faraday cage arrangement. We've got all of this shielded, and we can go through and just poke some holes where everything is holed. I think what's clear is that we're going to be looking to buy some parchmenty cream style covers, I think, for these, because I don't think I've got any knocking around spare, and I don't think these will fit those will fit, or the originals will fit, because they're the 50mm ones. So I think we'll end up fitting this first with the white ones. We'll see how it looks, and if it's absolutely drop dead gorgeous, then we can live with it. It's just purely, subjective. We'll kind of give it a go and see what happens. So I'm just going to poke these through. Fairly nice condition, this scratch plate, so nothing to worry about there. As I said, it's not the Sunn Mustang style scratch plate, which has a smaller, closer together, custom Indian-made switch, which can be a right pain because finding one of that size is nigh on impossible. So you either, in the past, what I've done is I've extended the slot up to meet that screw hole, which leaves you a little bit of a bulge, and then you have to put another screw hole in next door to it. But in this case, it's already the right size, so we'll just go with that. So I'll put my little paint palette off to one side, because I'm going to use that later on when I come to touch up the fill-in. I mean, the thing about when you shove these things in under a bit of force, you can pretty much get straight onto the leveling off, and I tend to bend a blade into the job and kind of cut towards the safest area. So in this case, the safest area is part of the guitar that's under the scratch plate. So if I take a little bit of lacquer, it's only hidden anyway. So that's flattened that out. What I also would do is take myself a small thing, untidy over here. I would take a small thing of some sort. No, that's not the thing I want. Okay, the thing I want is missing thing. But I would take a smallish thing. A punch would do. And I'll go back to where I did this. That's not the right thing. That's not the right thing. Maybe this is the right thing. Let's chop off this. I'm going to tidy up in a minute before we get onto the wiring side of things. But so I take a thing that I can hit with a thing, and where I've put the fill, I'm going to just, probably wood isn't the best thing to do it with, but I'm just going to sort of flatten it in. In fact, wood is almost certainly under. I know what I need. I need one of these things. It's about the right thinginess. Actually need a little bigger thing. Yeah, so we get one of these here things, and we just put it on there, and right in the centre of our woody fill thing. And just, if you can, and it may not be possible, but I like to just give it a little bit of a push, and that's filled, but it now leaves a little reservoir that I can fill with paint, because otherwise the paint is liable to just be right on the surface, and it can quite easily just drop out. Now this one is quite difficult to get a blade to, because I really, more than anything, I need a longer blade that I can bend and use that way. But if failing that, if you can't do that, then another alternative is to get your one's chisel out. Again, come at it from a sort of the direction you want to go, and you can just take off the rough bit into the space underneath the what's it. Forgive me for losing my words. And again, I'm going to just tap this in. I can make a small depression. That other one went a bit further in, but this one's sort of going where I'd expect, which is just a little crater. This one's gone a bit deeper. So at the same time then, I would get my paint department out. Since thinking ahead, I just want to get all of these little jobs done in the same space of time, and then I can kind of leave them really. So we're just, at this point, I'm just going with cream. I don't need to try and mix any clever things into it. You can see that the brush on here is a great big gloopy thing, so I'm going to trust more to the powers of a cocktail stick than I am to the big brush on the end of that pot. And here I go. I'll take me some stuff, and then I can drop it into the hole. And this cellulose lacquer always shrinks when it dries, so we can sort of expect to come back and before too long find this is dried but there's another crater there, and we just need to give it a couple of goes and make sure we touch the edges so it doesn't leave any dark lines. Okay, I'll put a little bit more in this other one. Just leave it with sort of bead to it, basically, sticking up at this point. Okay. Now, they're never going to be perfect, but they're going to be better than a hole sticking out. And if they dry finally with a tiny bit sticking out, we can always just flatten it with the blade again. So at the moment we've got that bit there drying, which is the bit that sticks out over the edge. And when we put our thingy back on it, it'll just make that the bit overhanging a little bit less of a crap colour. In fact, I'm just looking at it now, it's really drying, so I'm just going to add a tiny bit more volume to it there. And then I'm going to put this off to one side and take a break and do something else, and we can come back to it when it's had a chance for those things to dry off. Okay, and the place to put it to dry is going to be under here. Okie dokie. So it's like putting a cake in an oven after a cookery program. Right, so there you go. Hope that was useful. Long drawn out, long-winded process, but oh yeah, before we go, so just wanted to show you, look at the discoloration. So those were white to begin with, and they've become that superb creamy old colour. There's the thing, not too bad actually. It's got a tiny bit of discoloration, I mean a little tiny bit of rust where it joins, but that isn't a bad switch, and so it might be worth reusing. Obviously I've got full-size pots to go in here, and we've got other pickups, but these are identical to the Sunn Mustang pickups, so it's really familiar looking stuff. I'll keep my creams and golds handy for when I need to touch up anymore. There are some dents in it that could fill, but they're less important because they're just really cosmetic. Okay, so there we have it. Come back to you for the grand, maybe the grand part of the grand wiring. I won't do all of the wiring because it takes me a long time, because I'm always slow and have to talk my way through it, and I just sound like a bit of a plonker. Okay, hope that was informative. Martin, I hope you enjoyed seeing the innards of your guitar. I'll keep this for reference, helping me to try and map the switching if I do change the switch. I have quite a few such switches, new switches, new switches, new pots, new switches. Yeah, actually I've probably got a brand new one here in the same, no, that's already used, but same standard stuff. But look at the different variants. You've got that one, you've got 4-position Telecaster switch. You've got 5-position switch, a bit like that but not like that. You've got oh wow, the original DM50. This comes out of a Japanese Squire. This is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 5-position one, and I think this came out of. This will have come out. It didn't come out of mine because my Squire was a 3-way switch. So this either came out of Freddie's Squire, but that would have been. I would have thought that would have been a 3-position one as well. But it's definitely a made in Japan DM60. That's from a JV. There's another one. Oh look, and another one. So there's so many versions. So obviously those two are the same. Those two are similar. And those you know, lots of opportunities. I won't use that one because that is custom made for a Strat Telecaster. This is new. practically new. It's been used, wired up once, but it's, I don't think I used it in the end. Yeah, they're all good as good. But that slightly newer looking than that one, but a very similar configuration. So we can either wire it up exactly the same way and just replace it, use this one instead, just for the slight newer. Feels fine. I'll keep it out just in case. This one here is it's a better switch, you know, in terms of make, but frankly, I'm not going to lie to you, I can't hear the difference. I can't hear any difference. All you know is you've got a more expensive switch in your guitar. That's all you know. And it's a different configuration, so I have to go and find the wiring schema, but I'll keep it to hand. We'll see what feels right. Okay, so next stage, wiring in some of these bits. I can't even get this back in its bag. That'll just stay over there. Okay, and I can get rid of these. So the idea would be we can get this. I've got loads of single coil pickups over here, and you probably can see that a big pile of them are ex-Sunn Mustang ones, almost identical in fact. That one's got a narrower spacing than that one. How does that work? Am I imagining that? Or is this a Marlin? No, it's a Sunn Mustang. That's weird. Maybe it isn't. So this is the outside edge of outside edge. We've got, because I can't bother to estimate the centre of the pole. So outside edge of the poles, we've got 53.5. Outside edge of these poles. Yeah, same. That's now reading 55. Outside edge of these, same. Yep, all Sunn Mustang goodies. SSS Squires are these. These are, oh right, these are Squire black ones without covers, because that's because I've nicked the covers. Right. We have Marlin. Oh right. 3 times single coil from the Marlin. But we don't need, might be worth taking a quick look, because they are also aged. If they were the 52ers, it might be worth, but I think they're the small ones again. I think that's what I'm saying, I think they're practically identical in dimensions to the Sunn Mustang ones. 2.5, which means there's no way it's going to be dead on 50. Yeah, so that's equivalent of a Sunn Mustang. Same factory. Requires no covers. Single coil, so there's a fixed single coil that there's one I fixed, but it's only one. Encore, no cover on that one. Oh yes it is, but it's black. Not yet used. Humbuckers. Ooh! Now, there's 3 single coils, but they'll be the right size, but are they the right dimension? No. They're probably the right size, but are they the right colour? Are they aged white? Well, I've put, that's interesting, I've written the word has guitar single coils, but I've written Sunn Mustang on here. They're 4, these are 4, strange, it doesn't compute. So are we still going to get pole to pole 50, or are we going to get 52? Ooh, 52 spacing, but that's really not that much less white than this baby. In fact, they're going to be almost identical. They haven't really discoloured, have they? So we've got a potential swap, but they're identical in colour, or almost identical. So they're not really, they can't be Sunn Mustangs. So I've labelled them wrongly. No big deal, because I don't think they'll ever get used. Oh, look at that. Single coil Squire, Infinity Strats. 2 of the covers are missing, and it's bright white as well. Okay. And some bright white single coil Squire covers, which will be 52s, but they're on colour. We have, yeah, Square Affinity. We've got tons of Square Affinity single coils. Blimey. Sunn Mustang bridge, and that will be 50. There you go. So I guess we'll wire them up, have a look, buy the other if we need to. I don't think anybody would probably want to buy any sets of these things. You can see that they're not really worth anything, hence I've got rather a lot of them. Okay, so there's a couple of switches stacked up over there. What have we got over here? The jack thingy, it's in good nick. No worries about that. We don't need a new one of those. Just out of interest, look at the wiring on that. I mean, I guess somebody else has. Well, I'm not sure why anybody else would have changed that over since. Well, they have, haven't they? Because that's not an original Sunn factory. I don't think that's the Encore original. So that's been added. Why? Because they've changed the pick guard. Why have they changed the pick guard if they haven't changed the pickups? Wow, look at the discoloration. I don't know the answer, but it's been, yeah, it's quite big blobs of goo wired by somebody. Anyway, there we go. Sorry to keep ranting on. See you in a bit. So just a quickie before I switch off and get into the soldering bit. And the reason I switch off in the soldering bit is it's unlikely to blow the power out and all things like that. So just a quickie. So here we have in progress. I'm going to go with the, it's not exactly an Oak Grigsby, but it's a Oak Grigsby style switch. It's a nice thing. I'm doing this all proper and lovely. Better than the one I put in mine actually. So yeah, we'll get on and do that. And what I can do tonight, even though the neck has to wait up until I have the decals early next week, but what I can do is I can fit some, well, fit my tuners to it, and I can load it up with strings, and actually I could do the fret leveling tonight as well, which means I can get most of this done, which is great. So I'm not going to bore you with the wiring. I know some people like to see it, but I'm going to just put some music on. It is, after all, ladies and gentlemen, Saturday evening. You won't begrudge me that, will you? But all I'm going to do is do a basic single coil wiring, 3 single coils to one. I don't know what they call. What do they call this? Is, I don't know, Fender or CRL or something type switch. So I'll just get on. I'm using 2 bits of wire from the old one, which are nice insulated things, and then I'll use some cloth covered wire, and I've got a nice lemon drop, if you know what I mean. Rhubarb and custard orange cap. I'm not going to copy the Encore original wiring. It's a different way round, but I'm not going to copy it, so I'm going to use that. Yep, that's the old noise of something being picked up by magnets. There you go, and dropped on the floor. As it happens, that's where that went. Ooh, there you go, your pickups start to fall apart, but look how, wow, look how potted these are. Look at that. Thought you might be interested in that. I mean, that is completely potted. Brilliant. There we go. Potted, but doesn't really stick together well. So these aren't bad pickups, I have to say. They are worth keeping, although I'm not likely to put them on something else. So in a way, they're not worth keeping. All right, I'll see you later when it's. When will I see you again? I'll see you again when I've redone it, wired it up, tested the wiring, put the bridge back on, actually put the neck on, put some dummy tuners on, and loaded it up, and I'll do the fret leveling on it then. Okay, sorry, yes, quick miraculous transformation. Ta-da! Wired up, and back in place. Now, oop, there goes the bridge. This is a little bit, sits up a little bit because I've used a kind of vintagey Oak Grigsby style switch in this guitar, and it's just a tad tall for the pocket, so I've had to cut out the tiniest bit of space underneath, and I've just got it in, and actually that's pretty good. So we have got to find, I want to find some what do you call those things, bridge screws. I've got some here, I'll put them back in I guess to begin with, but I don't think tremolo screws, I don't think I've got any. I think I'm a bit short on those actually. In fact, I know I am. Yep. So I'm going to reuse these things. They're just a bit dodgy, that's all. Yeah, so the wiring went fine, all good. I had to widen these pickup cutouts. Now what we've got on here is we've got the white pickups covers, right? That's what we got, that's what I bought. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace the knobs with white, or similar white, and we'll just see how the whole thing looks together as one unit, and then I'll take some pictures and I'll show it to Martin, and if he really wants parchment or cream then I can order those in. But I'm thinking that if I put this back together right now, then I can actually put the neck on tonight and I can do a fret level in preparation for getting the decals and everything in. So we can be well ahead of the game. Obviously there's going to be take a few days to do the lacquering to get the decals right. Flop that there. That's wires dangling. Okay, so I'm just going to use the same 3 springs in the same way, straight line them, and I like these. I really do like these pig iron gear pig irons. They're very nice pickups, and I'm hoping that they'll go just as well on this one. It's difficult to keep springs in line. Actually, this isn't the pliers that I would normally use. But there we are. Okay, so really, I've probably just made that harder on myself actually. Yeah, I just did. And I won't use that, I'll use the other ones. Yeah, so yeah, the wiring, nothing unusual about that, apart from the difference in the size of these. Just I had to basically cut them with a blade and then sand them out so they're just a little bit wider, and we'll take these wider covers. Okay, I'm just basically, when I put these screws in on the tremolo, I'm just feeling for the point at which they begin to tip the back up. There's a little chamfer on the front, and it wants to, when you tighten it too much, it wants to lift the back, and basically I just want it to reach that point but not go any further. Otherwise it will just permanently sit upwards whether I crank the, tighten up the screws or not. Now I'm doing it by hand because with worn out bridge screws like this, they would just get completely trashed if I try to do it with a machine. You know, power drill thing, screwdriver thing, you know what I mean. And then the last one. Okay, let's just get these last. It's amazing how quickly that ties it down. Right. Good. That's there. And then we'll just put the string on this to keep it flat. So all so far going great. Just had an email. I've got a vintage Thomas Blug Strat coming. Should be here on Wednesday latest next week for a setup. I'm just going to tuck this out of the way because I'm not going to solder it for a minute, because I don't really need it to work. Same as with this, I'll do that bit later on. Partly because I keep fusing out the entire house, overloading it with my soldering iron. It's looking good. Now, a quick delve into the world of knobs, of which I've got billions, and I've given them all a fairly good wash. And these were, a lot of these, quite a few of them were mine, but a lot of them were inherited from Graham. Got a load of his stuff. So now I've got to find the right volume. Can you believe it? That sort of cream. No. Tone. How can you have more tones and no volumes? It's not possible. Can I just write volume on it? Oh, there you go. A set. Good lord. Doesn't make sense. There can't be a volume thief going around somewhere. Right, now, okay, at the moment what I haven't done on here, which I would probably want to do, when would I want to do it? Well, I'd want to do it now. Would I want to do it now? No, I can do it at the very last thing. I was going to say what I'd want to do is probably tighten these up a little bit more, but for now I will just leave them as is, and I will go and stick these on like this. Come along. Quite stiff, these pots. They're alpha pots. Whatever that means. I mean, that doesn't mean why they should be any stiffer than anything else. Okay, so you know, we've got white and slightly off-white, but it's pretty close. There's nothing jumps out too far. Although, personally, I think the yellowy sort of look. But actually, when you look at this now, that's really aged. It's well aged. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so just for a moment, let's get that out of the way. I've got the. What do I need just now? Okay, I just want to make sure this neck fits in here with this thing in position. I don't want it to. I don't want this to hold it out. I think I'm just going to trim this a little bit. Now we've removed it, put new electrics on it. It's just changed around slightly, the edge of here, and I think I need to just trim it back down to the wood, because of all things I don't want the neck being pushed out of alignment. That's really important. So if you can see, so what I'm doing is just going to let the knife remove some of this. A bit messy, but we just want to make sure it's nice and flush with the wood and get the best neck fit we can get. Try that again. I think that's going to be fine. I'm just going to keep do a little bit more here, just to be on the safe side. There's always a way with this when you use a knife. The end bit is the hardest bit to get for some reason. Probably because you can't put the same force into it as the rest, but it's always the bit that hangs on. Almost there. Right, I can see that just starting to cut the paint now. Okay, nice. We're out of the way of the neck. Yeah, lovely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my screwdriver and I'm going to go ahead and replace the neck. I'm just going to have a look and see where doesn't need a clean down afterwards because there's lots of little bits of plastic going around. So I'm just going to replace this and see what we've got. Obviously there's no plate on there. There are no tuners on just yet. So that's also going to, I need to put those on before I can, or put some on before I can attach strings for the purpose of fret leveling. Now I'm just looking at what the, it's interesting that, I think this guitar has had the neck fitted with the pick guard slightly in the way. And so what I've done is I've just created a little bit of room for it to move because the neck's now deeper, slightly deeper in the pocket than it was before. I have to say it's where it should be, but I'm going to leave it to position itself by virtue of the screw holes, and then we'll go from there. So it sort of will find its own level, but there may be a tiny gap at the bottom. It doesn't appear to be, but I think it did change it just slightly. Right, we've got the setting on 7, so I'll just click them all. Lovely jubbly. There we have it, it's starting to come together. That's beautiful. Oh, it feels good. Feels like it's got some proper equipment in there now. Don't know why, it just feels a little bit heavier. Everything's working well, and now the only question I've got is just how far outside of the pickup holes these strings are going to be. But I think once we get some tuners on here, we're going to find out. Now, there's no reason why I can't use these little fellas. Because I've basically cut the holes for that, but I'm going to reuse these on something else because these aren't the ones I ordered. Damn it! But they're as good as, well, they're the same. But so I'm just going to start with these, and I'm not even going to drill the holes yet. I'm just going to position them and hand tighten them for now, and then we can use these. Get a feel for what it looks like when it's complete, and then I can string the guitar with some sacrificial strings and get going on the setup or the fret leveling part. Wow. There's only just enough room to, well, no, the kidney shaped bits on here are quite close together when it's all lined up straight. There is enough clearance, but you have to get them exact when you pin them down for the last time. You've got no room for error. I mean, the point being is that it's enough to work with, and when you're using the string winder, for example, you always need to, ideally, you place all the rest of the tuners in a sort of vertical position so that you've got room to spin the string winder. That's what I recommend. Okay, now this one is a little bit tighter than the others. I didn't cut the hole quite so well. That's the one that went through on the drill and cracked, splintered a bit on the other side. Okay, so important tuner screws for later. I now need to just tighten them up because I don't want them wrecking the holes. So again, this is just a bit of a, it's not really critical at this point, but on the final reckoning I'd be making sure these are exactly in position before I tighten them, because like I say, there's about 2mm leeway, which isn't a lot. And this wants to spin round a bit, so I'm going to have to hold it from going. Take a minute or two to get these right. Now I've got to find some sacrificial Strat length strings, which I've got knocking around here somewhere. And it's positioning about these things right this second isn't most critical, but if you don't have a screw on the other side, they will slightly spin around and okay. Getting it there. Now I guess one of the things that I probably want to do soon anyway at this point is just have a look at it. That's how they look. Nice 19:1 tuners. Really nice ratio. I don't have the strap in here again somehow, so what I'm going to do is just get on and find me some strings. Now this says it's from the Aria, so that's the Cat. So they should be Strat length. Whether or not I'll get any of these through the body of the guitar is another matter. I can try. Some of them I've already stretched straight. This is quite fun, having a feel this, because this is a guitar that I've not even seen in one piece. So it came to me with the neck off to begin with, so I don't even know how well this whole thing goes at all. Now these have got the easy lock system on them, but I'm just going to go in through the top and wind on with this thing. Let's see, we worked all yesterday and today. I need to tidy up, please. Yeah, so it's just a little to the inside of the poles, but that's what we expect. It's either that or go and change it. I don't think it makes that much difference. Like I said, on mine, it's not a problem. Funny enough, when I converted a 7-string down to a 6-string for Big Steve up in Liverpool, near Liverpool, and the first one I made, well, the one I made for him, just worked with the 7-pole pickup, and the new wide 6-string was basically off the 7 poles, and they, redistributed the 6 strings across the place where the 7 had been, and of course they weren't exactly in line. There's no way they would be from 6 to 7 strings. Sorry, 7 to 6 strings. But actually it played pretty well, given that they didn't match. This is obviously much slighter than that. They're not nowhere near as far off as that conversion was, but come on you. So these are just for sacrificial purposes, so that I can do the fret leveling and yeah, get a sort of head start on the game, and we'll be basically waiting for the decals to arrive, and be able to take my time into next week and do it in the house in controlled conditions. So straight away, space down the neck is looking good. I mean, in a way, we could afford, I personally think we could afford a little bit of movement. Right, more stuff, dude. Oh. Oh dear, I just realised, well, I didn't realise, but now I've realised that I may have not recorded loads of that. Sorry about that. My thing got unplugged and I didn't notice it, and it was on when I switched it on, and then it probably just wasn't. Anyway, sorry. So what I'm about now is I'm going to work down these nut slots to the right sort of height. But before I do that, I've got to make sure I've got the action I want. So I'm finding my magnetic tools. Actually, I'll do this slightly the normal. Oh, forgot. Heel mounted. He goes and chucks on the neck, forgets it's a heel mounted truss rod. So he says to himself, I hope we get enough, and we haven't got enough. Flat on the deck. Well, no, but it's not enough. It isn't flat on the deck, but that is tiny bit more needed. So here's the not fun bit. I didn't want to have to do this, so I have to basically undo the neck, take it off, tweak the thingy, and put the neck back on. And then basically there is no way of doing it, no easy way of doing it other than this way. And that, my friends, is the downside of having a truss rod adjuster in the bottom of the neck by the heel. Now, it's not the end of the world, but it's a little bit annoying, just a little bit annoying. Now, the reality is I've got to turn it over to access it. I've got to take these out, so well, kind of it's all over the place, and you can see I've still got the strings attached because I don't want them to all fall off. And hook the thingy. Now I want to slacken it a little bit, and I've got to find me Allen key that does the job, and it's not that one. So let me just pock that down there for a second. I actually don't have a larger one in that set of handheld ones, so it's into the box of heavier duty trotties, and just have a quick feel, as it were. Take that one. It is that one. So it has a bit of a little release crank. Very technical, and the beauty, if you can probably get from looking at this now, what did I have to do? I had to undo the strings, take the neck plate off, balance it, do an adjustment, put it all back together again, and the bottom line is hope for the best. Because the whole point about doing an adjustment with the strings on and under tension is that's when you get it to exactly what you want. You can see that from this point I'm just doing a bit of hit and miss, really. I'm hoping, because if it's too much then I have to do it all again. So whoever's idea it was to put the truss rod in the heel was a bit of a plonker. And just before I tighten up, I'm just going to check the alignment of the strings, make sure I'm happy with them. Now that is threaded. It's at its edge of its there's no more grip on that one. It's okay, but it's not gonna add any more. So back to where we were. Now the reason I want these under tension right now is not because I need it to be in tune as such. I just need it to be, the neck to be under its normal playing load with whatever gauge this is. And I'm not entirely sure what gauge this is. It feels like 10s to me, but I could be wrong. That'll do for now. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to check the relief again, and we hope, there's no guarantee, that that adjustment will have given us a bit more, yeah, it's a little bit more room. There's some real dings on those frets. It's not massive, but it's enough. It's about 0.15 and I'm happy with that. Magnets. Clang. All right, next bit. I still need those back. Come on. So that's the thingy relief set. Okay, and now I've got to have a look at the playing action down here. Now, just a quick look gives me a sort of sinky feeling that we're on 2.5, and we either have enough room to lower this down here, or we're going to need to shim the neck to make this play. This is a problem it will have come with. It's not. We haven't changed anything in this regard. So let's see what we've got in terms of downward adjustment first. The only downside of downward adjustment is that it leaves you with a little grub screw sticking out, and they tend to get in the way of your hand. Okay, that's 1.5. That's not too bad. So I'm going to bring the others down to follow suit, or close to, and then I will tweak it afterwards. As I'm doing this, I'm thinking about the fact that these strings are slightly off the poles of the wider spaced pickups, and I'm just wondering if there's some really simple way we can remedy that doesn't have any detrimental effect. I'm sure there is, actually. So we're not far off on this. So yeah, I'm thinking something that just spaces these out a tiny little bit, like even a piece of plastic in between each one, or maybe even another set from somewhere else that will sit. They need to just open up at the end a little bit. Let's take a note again. Right, I'm just going to measure these. Probably should have my other glasses on to make things easier. I always try and do it with the wrong hand, which always ends up being clumsy. Okay, so we have just over 1.5. Let's take that down a micro fraction. We'll go where we mean to end up. I should be using the lovely little ones that Murray sent me. Okay, 1.5. So I want to go down a little bit every step after the 1.5. So still 1.5. So now what we can see, we've got the action we want, but we've got grub screws sticking out the top. Now somebody, I've forgotten the conversation who it was, but somebody suggested filing these down from the bottom upwards, and it is a possibility, but my god, it's fiddly. And also I don't quite know how I'd hold them in place. Maybe, I don't think I even get them in the vise without scratching the threads on them. Okay, that's down a tiny bit up on that one. and oh, way over, down, down, down. Okay, so once I've got this set, I will then move on to setting the action at that end, the playing action, or the nut action I should say. And then once I've set that, cut the slots right, then I can get ready to fret level it. Okay. Right down low. Yeah, almost there. This is probably going to buzz and choke all over the shop now. I want to be on one on this last one, on this side. It's pretty ambitious for a vintage guitar, but what the heck, we can try that for the start and then we'll see where we get to. Okay, that'll do me, and again we'll be out of tune there, so really nice direct 19:1 ratio tuners. Caught myself out there. There's a slight complication. Let me just capo this a minute and double check the actions, because I think we may just have gone a little bit low courtesy of the high action at that end. Occasionally, not often that happens, but on a case like this where I've put a custom nut in, the ultra high action at that end will distort things a tiny little bit. So I'm going to do a half a turn on each one. See what we got. Probably needs a whole turn now. Bear with me. Yeah. Okay, I'll do a whole turn on each one of these. So we get back to where we should be. Whoops. Made in the USA, these little Allen spanners. I'm so eternally grateful to Murray for these. Okay, let's just do a quick last fret check again. I actually think I've gone just a tad high now. Gosh darn it. Yeah. Sorry, a little bit of delay there. Okay, I'm going to start with that. This is going to raise a bit when we take that off, obviously, but it'll come back down again afterwards. So I set a very low last fret action to begin with, as a way of pushing myself to level the frets. Okay, so that's the action set at that end. Now we move on to the setting the nut slots. And in certain cases, certain times, there are different ways of doing it. And sometimes it makes sense to do the nut first, especially if you put a new one in like this and it's still way off the mark, which it is. So I'm going to set a 0.3 action over the first fret. If I get my metric ones out. And I will start by working on the the D out to the E. Okay, and then so basically I'm going to check for the size of the slot, and I'm going to begin by using this creature here, just a bulk cut. Take away material quickly and check, and then carry on with this. And when I get close to, I'm just cutting in a straight line at the moment, or flat I should say, when I get close to the depth I want, I'll switch to the actual file for this particular slot and finish off with that, so that we end up having a slightly backward pointing channel. If there's too much material left above, then we can remove that after we've done the polishing of the frets and so on. Okay, so now I'm going to switch to the file, and I'm going to cut, just tilting slightly backwards, and just kind of get rid of the V first of all, and just cut a little clean file slot, and then check, and then go back, and so on. And sort of consistent angle is important, so I'm doing about 5 to 10 degrees, no more, something like that. Never actually measured it, I'm just guessing, but you kind of know what you do. It doesn't really matter too much, as long as it's not over 45 degrees, and as long as it's not flat. That's kind of basically where it's at. Because you want the front edge of the nut to be the highest point, so the string launches off a point at the front of the nut, and the rest of the nut is really just for support and guidance. It's like your parents. So we're almost there. And it's just at the point you want to stop when you hear the string start to zing like that. That'll do. It's just plain, but it's just on the edge of contacting the fret. So that's that one done. Move to the next one. Again, I found before when I was doing this, when I started doing this, one of the hard things to do is when you make a custom nut, it seems really surprisingly difficult to mark accurately and cut the slot accurately. It seems so easy to wander about, and these aren't micron perfect either. It's very difficult to do. Sometimes if I see it just wandering off a tiny bit, what I'll do is I'll get one of these round ones, and I'll just have a go at, I'm not at the correct depth yet, ooh, so I'll just have a go at rounding out this one first, and I'll just check where I am. That's it, that's kind of, that's just about put it back more in the right direction. So I'll take 42. I'll just check the height for a minute. So we're still way high. What I might also do is just go with a slightly flattened one now. I'm just basically, that's not, yes it is. I'm just trying to give myself a new start point between these two. Alright, so I've cut quite a curved thing. It's still going to push back into that slot there, but that's very nearly there. But what I'm looking for is, I guess I'm wanting it just a tiny smidgen in that direction. So I'm going to let's take this off. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut, not even off centre, I'm going to cut with a sort of, I'm going to think slightly one side of the centre line. That's what I'm going to do. And then drop it in. Very close. So you can see there's quite a lot of material to be removed once we've done all these 6 slots. We'll do that with probably with a Dremel once we've done all the polishing. Stick with the file, stick with the program. On the mark. A tiny bit more. Very close there. Close enough for me. This one's a little bit harder because you haven't got as much reach before you hit the post, so it's a bit more difficult to cut the bulk away. I'm going to go with the file at this point. These Japanese files are pretty efficient. When you're using them, you've got to sort of just keep in mind that but low string ones, the fatter ones, cut differently to the thinner ones, so that when you kind of, if you're doing it this way round and you switch over to the higher strings, you've got to sort of reset your brain and not go at it with quite the same force as the big ones. That's good. Right, bottom 3 done, just get the tuning. Flip it over. Fair bit to do, so I'll go triangle file. Now these have got some wear grooves on them. I mean, judging by it, they may have been cleaned up a bit before, but they're wearing, so there will be a fair amount we've got to take off those. So I'm aiming for 0.3 of a millimetre action here, but even if we went to 0.2, which I probably won't, but if we did, it wouldn't be a problem, because we're going to take a fair bit off to clean out all of those dents, so that by the time we've done that, the actual overall action at the nut drops, at the first fret drops down a little bit. Fine. Okay, I'm going to go for our 24. So as I say, I'm going for 3. By the time we've done the levelling and by the time we've sanded it and polished it, the actual gap, and by the time it's standing up in playing position, the actual gap is going to be closer to 0.4, probably measured in the playing position. But that will still give a very nice action. The bit that experience shows me is that we want to get under 0.5. It's 0.5 and above, in my experience, that creates the intonation problems at this end. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit more on that G. But yeah, 0.5 and above, and the more you go above, the more you get it, leads to intonation problems, which can make your guitar feel like it's impossible to get it in tune, and it's ruined the experience. Plenty of people that I've met, including myself, and that's what made me find out how to do this, because nobody could give me an answer of why I couldn't seem to get my guitar in tune. In fact, it turned out that it wasn't in tune. It was that the nut slots were, sorry, the first fret action was too high, with the result that all the notes played down at this end were sharp. And because they were sharp, open chords, where you have a combination of, let's say, 3 fretted notes and 3 open notes, sounded awful, because you tune your strings open to a tuner, and then play a so-called open chord like a D down here. And as I say, the combination of fretted and open strings would be awful. Obviously, because the 3 strings that you weren't fretting were in tune with each other, but because the 3 fretted strings were going sharp, they would all be tuned with themselves, but sharp in respect of or in relation to the open strings, and that together makes a gosh awful din. So sometimes it just seems like it doesn't cut, but you know it is, and you've got to be kind of patient with it and don't hurry it. We'll get there. If you start having to sort of move around a lot, you're changing your angles and stuff, you can very quickly find yourself past the mark. Stop in there. Okay, my last one. I committed the cardinal sin there. I hadn't tightened up that B, and the risk was that if you don't tighten it up, it sometimes sticks part way down the slot, and then you get a false reading, and it's sticking down there, halfway down, and you think you've got to cut some more, when in fact you've already probably cut it deep enough. But because it's sticking, you carry on cutting, and then, lo and behold, when you finally put it under tension, it pops right down to the bottom. Wow, I'm on the mark already on that one. Stop right there. Okay, so it looks a bit toothy at this moment in time because there's quite a lot of material above, and I can take all of that off afterwards. But now we get a taster of how it plays. That's really low action, but a few little choky, buzzy. Not too bad. Not great, but not perfect, but not bad. quite a bit to rescue there, but you know, it is currently running at a low action. By the way, the fret ends are also quite sharp, so we'll take care of all of that in the process of polishing it all out. So yeah. Bad. Okay, so I'm just thinking, since we're here, what time is it? We might as well get set up for the fret leveling bit and maybe do the polishing and stuff tomorrow. Okay, let's have it. Let's be having it. So done with that for a minute. Tuck those out of the way. Keep those out because I might need a bit of action tweaking later on. Those cutters out of the way. Those out of the way. Basically, let's get out the fret leveling colobber. Now, I changed the sandpaper one guitar ago, so I don't really change it again instantly. On this, I should give them names. On fret file Arthur, what I need to do, which is a bit of a faff, but lucky I've still got the amplifier on with the tone. I just want to slack this right off so I can hook those. Oh, come on, please. I just want to mark up the frets basically, because nothing else we're going to do now after this point is going to have any impact on the way the neck plays. It's going to be, this is the setup. The rest is cosmetic. A bit of I'll go under the thing there and do some blue Loctite on those nuts. Once everything's about to be ready for finish, I'll Loctite them. I like to do that to make sure they don't go anywhere, because woggling pots is the #1 cause of later electrical disaster. So might as well secure them like we mean to go on. So apart from the wear at that end, these are pretty good condition frets. And like many of the Sunn Mustangs I've had, even though this is an Encore, the jumbo fretted ones like this, just great. I used to, when I got my first one, which was the Pearl Sparkle one, I was pretty sure it was quite a small radius, but so far my investigations or my tweakings seem to have shown that they're quite large, quite high radius, which is a bit odd. So they're much more like 16 or 14 to 16, something like that. They're more than a Les Paul, flatter than a Les Paul, which is weird really. Now with the one I have worked on, the neck over there, I've actually re-radiused it slightly, so I'm hoping to get more of a Strat, vintage Strat feel when I reuse it. Okay, ready to fret level. It's the cold from outside, the cold January night seeps in. Right. One more tune. Right, fret leveling with a curved neck is great fun. I use my little 3 brass monkeys, as I call them, and I place them equidistantly or spaced equally, separated equally, come on, do your thing, across the neck. Oh, stand up. And then, just for my ease of doing things, just mark the spot so I don't have to kind of keep measuring gaps, and I can just place these right back where I need them. Then I get myself an adjuster Allen key, and I get the bar with sandpaper, self-adhesive sandpaper on the bottom, and I place it on all 3 using the left one as a hinge, and I'm looking to see where it hits the end first, the middle, or the middle first, and I want to bend it until it hits both. Right now it happens to be hitting both, so that means just by chance that is exactly matching the curve on this neck. So then, with the tool matching the curve on the neck, I take off the string, spread the other strings apart, and start leveling using Mother Nature's gravity ingredient and the weight of the tool. Excuse me, the weight of the tool. And I'm watching at this end because you can see where it's left a little black mark. That's the dent from the wear still showing up. Now I'm going to stop for a second, and this is quite an interesting one. It's showing me that I'm cutting here, not here, and here. So that's a classic sign of not having calibrated it properly. So I'll just put these back and I will sanity check myself. And if I think I'm being fooled by the setting of the tool from yesterday on a different neck, I can just slack it off completely until it's flat and start from scratch. So now it's hitting the far end first. I need to put a bend into it. Now it's bending about right. So now, having double checked that or calibrated for a second time, I can be fairly confident that I haven't got it wrong. This is now mapping or copying the curve of the neck correctly, and it's much more likely that if it isn't touching the ones in the middle, it actually appears to be because the ones at either end happen to be higher than the others. So I just keep going a little bit, and I keep going partly because I want to get rid of the dents that we've got in this end of the thing anyway, so it doesn't hurt to keep going a bit. Now the great thing about this method is, having got rid of the dents, I can see I've cleaned those up nicely. What I can also now do is just take the spacer out of the way, put the string back in. Playing pretty well, but a couple of tiny zizzes and I'm still not quite touching the middle there, and again I'm taking quite a lot off these first 2. What I don't know about this neck, by the way, is I don't know whether it's actually working in a smooth curve or not, whether it's got some sort of strange hump, and lo and behold, it appears to have a little bit of a kink in it, which is why it's resisting me a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry on with the curve that I've got. It's very, very mild, but it's going to just take a little bit more work to free up those notes. But again, you've got to remember the action that I've set on this at the moment to do this job is very, very low. So we really have pushed an old vintage set of frets to their limits. Okay, now I'm going to stop there and try these out again, and then as long as the notes play, still a little bit there. So it's we've got what we've got, and it's telling me that zinging there means that when I fret here, it's fretting off the top of that string but hitting the next one, and that's because this string that isn't cutting, isn't showing any signs of cutting, this fret, sorry, is an actual genuinely low fret, and that fret is kind of setting the lowest common denominator for what we can achieve here, which is a bit tricky. Now I'm going to just go a little bit more and then I'm going to stop, because beyond that point I'm going to be taking too much off the rest, and I don't want to be doing that. It's not really any accurate way of measuring. Now that is perfectly acceptable, given that we are running at, yikes, it's barely 1mm at that end, which for a vintage guitar is quite surprisingly good. So we've uncovered a low fret which is pushing us on all the other frets, and that's or two low frets actually, but that's the nature of the beast. I'm going to switch across to the second channel without doing another calibration, because that's how we do it, and then I'm just going to run in this track, and what you get is the sound of clunking, because this bar is slightly shorter than the whole neck, so you get a kind of a knocking as it runs over the first fret, but or the other way at the other end. So I'm just going to run this a little bit and then take a sort of test sample and see how it feels compared to the E track. And it's taking a similar sort of cut pattern on everything. We'll give it a go. I'm going to stop with that, and then I'm going to recalibrate for this next one. Who's blinging me? Somebody. So what we're also getting rid of is basically the grooves from wear. Now this now needs a fair bit more, well, a fair bit, it's a tiny amount actually, but relatively speaking, some more bend in it. Right, and then we do the G track in a similar manner. And as I say, when you're doing this, it's always good to just watch what's happening, and it's sort of, you're keeping a diagnostic eye on the thing at all times. And I'm watching a groove up there in the G track being kind of ironed out a bit now as we work this track, the G track. Got rid of the groove, which is important. We'll have a little test. You can see the dust that it's making from wearing the frets. Good. Yeah, a bit sharp on the edges here. Okay, and I'm going to recalibrate now for the next one. So a little bit of a challenge on those first 3 frets, but I think it will go easier now. Partly because we're out of the wear zone, so there isn't so much to wear off to get down to. Okay, now that's sitting a little higher. Tiny adjustments. So when you bend the truss rod fractionally more to make it, to position it, or to get it to copy the curve exactly, you'll find through experience that the amounts of adjustment are so fine that you can barely describe them, so you just have to feel them and see the effect it makes. Of course, the point about truss rod as well is that it's flexible, so if you do get the curve exactly right, the one thing you have to avoid is kind of pushing down on it in such a way that you start to really distort the curve again. I mean, it's got a bit of resistance to that, but if you do push hard on it, you will bend the curve and flatten it out. And then, in a way, what you're doing is who knows what you're doing? You're just kind of filing frets almost for the love of it, and it's not necessarily as accurate as it could be, because if you flattened out the curve a bit. Okay, lots of dust there. I feel like Neil Armstrong kicking up some dust. That's some got the text from Eric up in, I can't quite remember where Eric is. The guitar fiddling fool like me. Getting there a tiny bit more. The slight hollow sound. Again, very low setting, so if I do a bit more and then I decide I can't quite get where I want with this one, then I have the option to back up the action just a tiny little amount. And the beauty of that is the smallest, you get to know what a tiny action raise will solve or cure, and I can tell you that that little sort of hollow sound there will be cured by a quarter turn on the post, or on the those grub screw things, if necessary. But I think the sanding process will take care of that last bit. Okay, so we've got some quite flat spots that we've got to iron out next with the next part of the process, which is to take all these flattened frets and to reshape them so that they're nice smooth arch shapes again, because that's what they're meant to be, that's what they have to be in order to play nicely and to also intonate properly. With flat spots as wide as we've got here, they are now approaching wide enough to affect the intonation noticeably. If we didn't reshape the frets, often you can get away without re-crowning or reprofiling the fret, because the flat spot, you can polish it and you can see it if you look hard at it, but it doesn't spoil the playing experience as long as it's polished. It's just a little bit flatter on top than the surrounding, the fret should be. But when it gets too flat, it kind of pushes what I would call, it's the wrong term, but I call it the intonation point. It pushes that towards the front edge of the fret, and then when that happens, your string length is effectively getting slightly shorter. Tiny bit more in that track. So I'm cutting my nails off. It's picking up a bit more. It's taking up a bit more in this track now than previously. So it's kind of, the edges seem to be a bit troublesome on this guitar. So great news in the workshop is Ed's coming Monday and he's bringing me 3 guitars. I think I mentioned already the 2 Encore India Strats, which that's acceptable. Even that is because we are at such a loopy low action that I think we can afford. Oh my god, yeah. We can afford a tiny raise on that. Yeah, he's bringing 2 Encore Indias like this. Hang on Samuel, hang on Sonny, I'm just not thinking straight. He's bringing 2 Encore Indias like this and some sort of Telecaster-y beast, which I think has a Strat neck on it currently, but I don't know, that may have been modified a little bit to do that, but you never know. And so he was asking 100 quid for those, but at the same time he wants a vintage AV6, I think. I think that's a Strat like I had, refretted, and so he'll do the guitars in part exchange for the refret, which is just fine and dandy by me, because I get another body to fit my modified neck to, and see if I've recreated my favourite maple shape of the neck that I like. And he gets a refret and gets rid of 3 guitars to get some space in the house, which I have to say is a bit of premium in my place at the moment as well. So sometimes I go right to the edge and tip over a little bit if I can help it, just to make sure we don't leave a little sticky up part. Okay, let's see if we got good notes up here. Yep, that's good. Let's take the paper off. I think the last thing I'll do tonight is I'll do the re-crowning, and we'll leave all the sandpapery carry on till tomorrow. But now at this point I'm going to put away my fret leveling tackle for another day. Get out the re-crowning file. Now at this point I think these now have done service on a couple of guitars, so I can slack these off, basically chop them and bin them, since they've had it. And while I'm at it, I'll also, with a quick Dremel, flatten down this nut so it's nice and subtle. So this is the difficult fret leveling work done, and it's great because so long as we refret with a same or similar gauge strings, once we restring, everything will go, restring with similar gauge strings. Once we do that, the whole thing will go back into the kind of configuration it was a minute ago when we achieved our leveling, our fret level. So you can take the neck off, you can clean the guitar, you could do, we could be doing electrics and stuff, upgrading bits and bobs. And the neck is just, the neck and body relationship, so long as we screw it together in the same way as before and put the same kinds of strings on, it'll just go back into that level, that relative level that we've achieved. But we've achieved it in the context of a curve. So it's relative, it's not absolute level relative to a straight line between 2 points. It's relatively level relative to the one next to it and the one next to it, and so on and so on. And that's why and how we bother leveling on a curve. And it seems it's it's a contradictory expression, because you're not really leveling. What you are is you're making level relative to each other in the context of a curve. And of course, since you play it with a little bit of curve in it, it makes sense to do that, because if you do it flat and then curve it afterwards, you're introducing curvature, but you're also introducing compression, which changes the position of the frets microscopically. Right, so I'm going to use, let's just have a look. Right, I'm going to use this side. This is a file that allows me to take off the sharp edges of the flat spot and sort of cut them gently inwards towards the centre or the top of the fret. And I keep on doing it, but the aim of this is to leave a very thin strip of this marker pen untouched in the centre. If I can do that, it tells me I've reshaped the fret, but I've left the top untouched, and that means I haven't affected, once I do all of them, it means so long as the marker pen's untouched on top, it means that everything is still remains level relative to everything else. Also relative to its neighbours is what's the truth. So, too bad. Those two were probably some of the worst hit on this neck. These aren't quite as bad. Well, bad is not the right term. It's just you have to do what you have to do to clean out the wear and to level the frets. And it costs fret metal to do it. It's simple as that. But for me, they're such good frets to begin with. There's tons left to play with, so we're not in any trouble. Now, what typically often happens is, as you're doing this part of it, the crowning or the reprofiling part, often you start to see that the dents that are remaining there start to show up still, and I can see them. They're gone from there, mostly gone from there. There's a couple of, because we didn't hit these two frets so heavily, there's a couple of little dents showing up, but it's okay. It's purely going to be cosmetic, if you can even see them by the time we've sanded it all out. And we expect to see them here because in this area we barely touched the tops of the frets due to the nature of the frets and how they were relative to each other. But from experience I can look at this and be pretty confident now that they're going to polish out very nicely. A long old set of things on this, but good fun to refurbish something like this, and I think these are such mojo guitars that it's really worth doing this to them. At this stage, what I might also do while the frets are in this condition, I'll do the nut, and I might also just round off the edges of these the frets so they haven't got any sharp bits anymore, because at the moment they still feel a tiny bit sharp, as if from new really. Oops, quite easy to miss sometimes, be careful. Starting to move a bit quicker at this end because we didn't hit on the frets too hard. Sort of somehow stop my hand dropping off here, so it's all too easy to do. Okay, nearly there. Right, a few more to go. Sorry about this roaring. I often stop the camera, but I'm too intently concentrating on doing this to even stop the camera right now, so my laziness is your loss or something. Come on. I think after I've done these last two little jobs, that will be me for the shed today. I think I might just do the sanding on this tomorrow, or I might even, shock horror, take a day off called Sunday, like normal civilised people do. Okay, so that's the recrowning done, and I can just feel these are still great big frets. There's loads of life in them, which is brilliant. My little, where's the, I think it actually might be in the house, but I've got the other one here. The one that went missing for so long turned up again. So what I tend to do is just either I can use this thing here just to round them off. What I'll also do is when I do the polishing out, I'll pay attention to shining up the ends so they soften them all off, which is pretty good too. Can either do it that way or this way. That way it tends to be a once off or one shot job. It's funny, it cuts a little line down there sometimes. Sometimes I like to just sit indoors if I'm watching something on TV or listening to the radio, just soften up these ends with a little file like this for hours. It's very soothing and therapeutic to do. As you get sort of softer and get the edges softer and softer, tidier and tidier. It's not particularly great at the moment, but it'll once I get the sandpaper on it in the, oh come on, in the fret shining process that will come in next in sequence. Right. Somebody emailed me yesterday night, asked me if I would do refret, or do I do refret, stainless steel refrets, and I had to think about it for a while, and then I reluctantly said no, because I thought about it in the past and I did a bit of research, and it seems to be that there's no two ways around it, that working with stainless steel frets will destroy regular tools pretty quickly. I mean, I'm only saying that's what I've read. I can't know that, but in a way, right now I can't afford to lose my tools on a fret, a stainless job that there's no way you could charge enough to cover a completely new set of tools. I mean, it was interesting what I found out in the research anyway. Okay, this is ready. Oh yeah, just what I found in the research was, yes, it destroys luthiers' tools by and large, and actually people who use stainless steel frets tend to destroy their strings, their nickel silver strings, sorry, much quicker, because the stainless steel is much harder. So it's a kind of, you win one way and you lose another way, and if you use both, then I suppose that's the win-win, but you've got to find somebody who will do it, and who doesn't mind their tools being crunched up, because I'm not sure if they're specialist tools. I'm going to check the time. Time is 22:09. I might get a quiet little go out of this. Sorry about that noise. Nice bit of noise, late night noise. Bone, lovely stench. Close, not quite done. Right, that'll do. That's all I'm going to do on that nut. That looks pretty nice, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Yeah, right, so tomorrow, that. What else did I say I needed to do? Oh yeah, a little bit of edging. Done that. The other thing that's quite good to do, just prior to the sort of sanding process, is just to take a file like this, and you can straight away feel if there's any steel edges sticking up, and you can kind of roll it over it. Now it's almost impossible to get those edges without contacting the lacquer, but it depends on whether you want a smooth experience or whether preserving that little bit of lacquer is the be all and end all, because we can always sort of sand that up as well as we go. I'd rather make sure that we've got smooth edges. I mean, I can use a slightly thinner one, but we're still not going to be able to do it without hitting the edges a little bit. We go as carefully as we can go. Because you can really see the ones that are sticking out, because they shine up very quickly all of a sudden. And again, as I say, it hits the lacquer just to the side of it, and it isn't absolutely perfect or precise, but with a bit of a rub down that disappears, that scuffing. The important bit is to get rid of the metal. But these are well fitted frets generally. There's nothing lifting on here, and I've always liked the necks that come out of that factory. I think they are really, the Indians really built them well. And then I guess the same thing applying this way around, which really it's not that easy to do. You can't see anything. It's deadly boring for you, but anyway, you get the idea. I'm going to just do as much as I can, and then that'll be the end. But yeah, and then when I'm doing the sanding after the fret polishing process, then we can go over these edges very thoroughly, which again sort of will shine up these scuffed bits of lacquer, but it will also polish the fret edges to a nice smooth shine. Of course, it's the other side that's probably the more critical one, since it's the one that we feel with the underside of the hand most. Okay, almost done. Not perfect from this angle, but you can hear it biting on the metal, so it's still taking away a little bit, which is good. Okay, there we have it. I'm going to park her up for the night. Very close to being done. It's fantastic. Good, beautiful thing. Alright, thanks for watching, and Martin, hope you enjoyed that if you're watching it, and hope you're looking forward to getting the old girl back ready to go. this is me doing a second levelling or polishing after a second levelling on Martin's Encore levelled neck, and it's because having played it with the first levelling, it wasn't quite accurate enough for my liking, so now it is. Sorry if this is interfering because I'm listening to the radio. I can't drag myself away. Listening to LBC, and in particular James O'Brien, who's talking about Brexit, which to me he's about one of the only sane commentators on this subject. And we just heard an extract or a cut into the House of Commons debate, and Labour's, I'm not a fan of Labour particularly, or any of the parties, but Labour's, just listen to Labour's Keir Starmer stand up and argue why it's absolutely correct constitutionally and legally that the judiciary have ruled that Parliament, hang on, let me get this right, yes, Parliament has a say in whether or not the government's proposals or negotiations or deal that the government's proposing for Brexit is legal, correct and otherwise, and so that the Parliament and therefore all the MPs in the land have a right to vote based on their conscience in terms of their obligations to their constituents, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And he did a great speech. I really recommend you not only listen to James O'Brien, because he's the voice of sanity on this issue, very intelligent critique, but also in this case the very accurate and correct assessment or critique of Keir Starmer, who not only said who argues it's absolutely right, as the judges have agreed, that Parliament should have a view, but also he finished up by asking, given that was the case, two things. One is, could all the members of the House then resist the press's demonisation of the judiciary, things like calling them enemies of the people and so on, which he argues is quite disgraceful and a threat to British democracy, which I agree. So he said, would the House join me in condemning those kinds of attacks on the judiciary for their decisions? And secondly, he said, would the I can't remember who he said now, but would the government care to account for the colossal waste of time and money since June the 23rd fighting this issue, fighting this basic democratic principle? And would that 7 months or whatever it is not have been better spent putting together a clear position paper, or I don't know, white paper or whatever it would be called, on setting out exactly the terms of, or the intended terms of, the government will take, or what it will be looking for in terms of Brexit. And I think absolutely really cogent arguments in both cases. And like I said, I'm not a Labour supporter. I don't think they're going anywhere at the moment, and I'm not a Tory supporter. Parliamentary politics doesn't appeal to me at all. But I'm surprised in a way. I'm not a religious person, and I'm quite critical of religions, but James O'Brien, who is a kind of self-declared Christian, and like me, he was a Remain voter. He, despite the fact we disagree on religious views, let's say, he is a great thinker, I think, when it comes to this Brexit issue. So I'm listening to that right as we speak. So I won't stay on long in case it interferes with the recording. But I just wanted to show you where we're at with this, so it doesn't sort of come as a complete surprise when it's suddenly all done. This is, you can see from this, the headstock is now sanded. The Encore is almost completely gone enough for what we need, or the shadow of it, the ghost of it is gone, and now basically these are fret leveled to a really low accurate action, softened all the edges of the frets, and now I'm cleaning up all of the dust off the headstock, well, I will do in a second, off the headstock, preparatory to taking it indoors and attaching the Morris decal, which I have here. I'll show you in a second, and that will then, I'll kick off with the lacquering process to refinish this headstock, which, as you can see, is a really nice fine looking thing. The other thing I've done on this neck is I've filled and re-drilled that hole there because it was completely spinning the screw. This isn't a great fill. I mean, it's hardwood, but it's not the strongest, grippiest thing like the original maple. I don't have any maple plugs. But what it will do is it will allow it to hold for a few more off and ons, and hopefully it won't need too many more off and ons in its lifetime because of what we're doing to it now. Just as a quick catch up, what I've got here is the body all ready to go. Cover's still on, or the cellophane's still on the pickups. Yesterday I took this off. I'll just give this a little clean. I cleaned up the finish around here. It's not perfect, but just trying to fill those. It's very difficult to fill these without you can see the edge of the fill, and I can probably once I take this indoors for the last bit, I can probably just clean these up a little bit more, but it just takes away the big glaring black holes. So this is ready to go. I've dabbed a little, I've undone these and put a little bit of Loctite on there, same as on the jack socket, because I don't want these coming undone. The thing works, and the really important thing is to make sure nothing now moves under that hood. So there we are, a bit of a clean up still to go. There's some sticky stuff from various things we've done, but the only other thing I'm going to do, and I'll do this indoors, is I'm going to repaint on the end here because that's scuffed up, and I'm going to probably put some resin in here and put a new strap button in to make sure it stays, epoxy I should say, and that's that done. Oh, and a tip, white tip for cream, no, white tip for this thing. So that's all going to happen. Next stage is all going to happen indoors for that Martin. So hope you've enjoyed it so far. You might be amazed to see hanging right there is my new acquisition, which is amazingly another one. But for your interest, look at this. This is also Indian made, and it's Indian made from the same factory, and actually it's got the characteristic Sunn Mustang factory quality sticker on it, and everything about it is the Sunn Mustang Indian factory. There's absolutely no difference. And but what you will notice, and this thing surprised me yesterday, is that it's got the more modern, what I thought was the Chinese shaped headstock. So this is proof for me that headstock, oh, by the way, there's the other giveaway, made in India. So that it has what I thought was the Chinese style, which means that they must have therefore produced this style, or changed over under instruction after Fender got involved with the Sunn Mustang. So somehow Fender's licensed the Sunn Mustang, which then carried on with that headstock shape, that hooky headstock, sort of vaguely Fendery. Whilst this, which the older models in the Indian factory had the Fendery style headstock, at some point then got transmogrified to this, not in a deal with Fender, and then went its own separate way to Chinese manufacture under the JHS brand, and stayed with this shape. And then the quality went down as soon as it went to China, and all the modern Encores are, to be honest, they're totally fine as beginner guitars, but they don't have any of this heavy quality. The lacquer isn't the same, the timbre isn't the same, and the sound is definitely not the same. And that bringing that discussion back to the sound, I did a couple of back-to-back tests on this yesterday, because the story is this. When I first played a Sunn, these names are kind of interchangeable at this point, when I first played a Sunn Mustang version of this, which was slightly thicker body, exact same pickups, same neck exactly, apart from the different shape, but the same build and everything, same factory. So when I first played the Pearl Sparkle version of this, it was my first introduction to a Sunn Mustang from the Indian factory, and I sat down and I bought it because it had completely shattered neck pocket, and I wanted to explore fixing that and you know, making it work again. So with it in its default condition, covered in grime, black strings, horrible, neck creaking all over the place, I sat down in here, I remember it very well, and I played it through my little lamp, and I just thought, wow, am I imagining this, or does this sound like a great vintage Strat? Now of course, unlike anybody else, I'm subject to the words, you know, the viewpoints that people have on these issues, and I suppose I was blighted a bit towards the, you know, much as I wanted to believe that any guitar is pretty good in essence, I was probably swayed towards the fact that this couldn't sound good because these must be cheap, horrible pickups, and therefore they couldn't sound as good as I thought they did. So, but I enjoyed it, and I kept it for a couple of years and sold it to somebody else recently because I set it up and it was beautiful to play. And then I got into a sort of process of upgrading the pickups on these kinds of things, particularly the Sunn Mustangs. And more recently, I've got back to working with the Encores, as you've seen, and it's changed kind of automatically, sticking a 60 quid set of iron gears or something in there, you know, to upgrade it to a more modern pickup. But I did a back-to-back yesterday between this, get this right, this original Sunn Mustang stroke Encore India set of pickups compared to the iron gears that I've put in Martin's. And I have to say, it was not very scientific, but I kept everything the same between the two recordings. And I have to say, these sounded almost as good. The iron gear sustained longer. Now, I'm not going to say that could be because this is different body, or the strings are maybe older or newer than the other one. But to be quite honest, there isn't enough difference between. There's barely no difference between these two things. When it was obviously had a neck on it and some strings, there's absolutely not enough difference between these two. They're almost identical in construction, and these were not as high in output. So these were higher in output, these were lower in output, these sustained longer, these were shorter in sustain, but tone wise these were as nice to the ear as these. And in fact these were a little bit thinner than these were a little bit warmer and tubier. I don't know what I mean by that, but so then I did a comparison between those in this Encore here, the original Sunn India ones, with this this earlier, this is bizarre, this is an even earlier Encore. So this, I would presume that because this has the Fender style headstock, this is from an era when, let's imagine it, that the factory is making Sunn Mustangs as a brand in itself, and it's making Encore guitars for Encore in the same factory. This is, I think this is before Fender's come along and said no, it's too similar. In the case of when Fender got hold of that, it changed the Encores to this and carried on making them for Encore. It changed the Sunn Mustangs it didn't change it. It took the Sunn Mustangs and put licensed by Fender on them and carried on making them. But this Encore, I would guess, just by logic, comes from the era slightly before this Encore. Now, even though it looks a bit newer, because it sort of makes, it's kind of logical. Now it's interesting because it's got a much finer looking neck. I could be wrong about the dates, but I can't imagine how Fender would have let that carry on, how they would have, why they would have gone from this shape that Encore's gone back to this shape, which would could lead to the lawsuit with Fender. Anyway, so the logic sort of suggests that this is older, even though it looks newer. But what's interesting is in a back-to-back on these sets of pickups, these were much nicer than those. So who knows? This is older. Then they got into making this, which they maybe improved the pickups, which then they carried on making them as good, because these pickups are almost identical to the Sunn Mustang sounding ones. I don't find these sound quite the same, although I didn't do a direct comparison yesterday. But wow, what an interesting kind of ancient history. And the point is, this actually is nicer in other ways. This has a slimmer neck. You can see that the cutaway. Sorry Martin, I hope this is interesting to you. This is a general interest video, as well as aimed at Martin's rebuild, which is now not showing anywhere apart from hanging up there. They both got the same tuners on, but you can see here this is thicker and this is now scooped away further. So this whole neck is a sort of flattened C. This is a chunky D probably. The body feels very similar, only this is a flat paint, not a sparkly one, which this is. And the wood and the neck finish feels very, very similar. And of course both, well, that says made in India, but I know this one was made in India. But this makes, for me, this is a guitar that I don't feel I need to reshape the neck. It's got a nice profile for what I'm intending to do. This one, I'm just going to show you another thing while we're at it. This is also from the same factory, and this is the point at which, again, probably post lawsuity complaint from Fender, Encore decided to make a slightly better brand called Vintage, and this is before the modern vintages, but it's still JHS coming up with this new brand. So it's kind of the deluxe version of this brand, but if you can see, they're still using the non-threatening Fender shape. What's interesting about this guitar is it's full width, full weight. It's absolutely solid, you know, Indian hardwood body, and actually you won't get a body that's full thickness in this kind of weight anywhere in almost any of the Squire ranges until you go up beyond the standard series, and probably you need to get into the classic vibes and things like that to get a weighted hardwood body like this. Now, I'm not saying that the pickups are anywhere near that quality, but what was interesting for me about this one is it says made in India. It's got a serial number written in really kind of cool gloopy 70s hippie style, but this one is even fatter a neck than this one. So this one cuts in a little, but nowhere near as much as the red one. This one is actually almost, it's about 1 millimetre thinner than the position of the headstock, so there's almost no cutting in. So that's a sort of who knows what that is. It's kind of almost like a big curve. It's almost a curvy, a big deep C, where it's a D, but a very deep D with a slightly little flat area down there. Now, both of these are not great for what I want to do. So the nice thing about this one is I happen to have here's an Encore neck that I made earlier, and this is the one that I've reshaped. I don't know if you can see, but it's quite a lot thinner than, it's probably a little bit thinner than this one. So I've made that one that will go there, and the other good fun thing is I have hanging around from another day, another thing, I have a Squire standard series Telecaster neck, which will, I think, will go perfectly well on there. Now, interesting thing about this one is it's just, I'm confusing myself. I'm not sure it is a standard series, but I don't know what series it was. It wasn't an Affinity, and it wasn't, I'm not quite sure what it was. I took it off somebody's something. Anyway, the point is, oh, it's Korean made, right? That's all I know. That's right. So it would have come from the era of the hardwood, probably the plywood bodies. So it is a maple neck, right? But it's quite flat now, and it's also quite chunky. So I might, in a longer term doing of this one, I think I might scoop this out into a thinner profile. And I think I may re-radius this, because this is a very flat thing. It's got May 98 on it, or May 96. Sorry, Korean May 96. That's interesting, isn't it? Well, there we go. Numbers don't lie. But I think it would have been, I think the word on the street was that the plywoods were late 80s, early 90s, but that may be that it wasn't a plywood body after all. But the Korean ones, you tend to find that they can be. Anyway, what I might do with this is thin this out to more like this profile, and actually I might change the radius on this, because I'm not that excited by the feel of this very, very thin lacquer covering. It just doesn't feel like anything. So there's quite a bit of work to do, but it's a nice basic. And we can make this thing into a really nice Telecaster, because it's got the full weight body, and we can then take these two necks off, put them somewhere else, and do something else with them for fun. I don't think the problem with the Encore, the modern Encore headstock shape, is just that there isn't a lot else you can use it for, because it's what it is. There isn't a lot of, you can't get a Telecaster shape out of it, and you can't really do much. So it may be that it works as an oak caster neck in future. It's possible I might be able to cut out, maybe able to cut out something there that works for the oak casters. But even still, it doesn't really matter. It's a good one for modifying or experimenting with. And you know, worst comes to worst, if there's a body that turns up that needs a neck, it will still play, and it's a nice quality neck because it's made in that factory. This one also nice quality neck, as I said. It's looking a bit dry and tired, but what's amazing about this one is that it plays really well straight off. It's flatter than I like. It's a bit of a chunky flat thing, but the signs are all really good, and it's a through body thing, as you can see. A little bit road worn. The tones that I've heard from it are actually quite nice, but they're very low output, and they're mixed in balance. So this is much louder at the moment than the neck one. So this is going to be a candidate for possible upgrading of pickups and stuff. But on the same sort of tone as this, around the same era, they're not bad quality. The tones of them they're good. So I'm not going to chuck them straight away. I'm going to rebalance them and see if I can get a better sound when I've maybe changed the neck and got it playing. So I may change the pickups last of all in this and get it playing the way I want it, and then see if it's worth investing. And we'll probably get rid of these shiny hat knobs. But there you go. So absolutely fabulous crop of Indian things, courtesy of Ed, who brought his guitar, another vintage guitar actually, over for a refret in exchange for those three. The only thing about this one, by the way, I don't know if you can see, it's got a little bit of a body blemish here. The contour isn't really perfect, but it's a small price to pay. Okay, Martin, so a little detour there. What I'm going to do, so I don't annoy you with my radio Wi-Fi bleeping in mobile signal bleeping at you, I'm going to take you indoors later on when I do the lacquering for the neck. And here are a couple of your Morris. I've got a couple in a bag. I've got loads more up there, but I'm going to take these two in with the guitar, and I will also take in the body as well. And while I'm doing the lacquering, which takes a couple of days now, I'll have the body here, and what I'll do is I'll do a couple of little tweaks around the old holes. So I just try and cover them up a little bit better with, now that the pick guard's back on. It's quite difficult to do it and then put the pick guard on because it takes a long time for it to dry. So we're done moving things around, so I'll clean this up and then address these paint issues as I'm doing the lacquering. Okay, so see you later. Well, welcome back. Well, look, we're here with Martin's formerly an Encore Strat, now retweaked and souped up into something different. And I don't know if you can remember the last bit, and there's been some activity indoors, in-house, which has been to, obviously I've reshaped the headstock and I've relacquered it with this rub-on poly, which I'm really pleased with. It takes a while. You need a good 2, 3, 4 days to just build up enough. It's interesting that the packaging says three coats and you're done. And it also says rub the first coat on, let it dry for 3 hours, and then sand back with 220 grit. I promise you, if you did that, there would be, well, I've done it, and there's nothing left. There's no way you can sand back light enough to maintain or to preserve one layer, one coat of of this stuff with 220 grit. Anyway, so what I found is discovered kind of the hard way, which even if you, for example, if you rub the first layer on top of the decal always comes off. So what you need to do is you need to paint pretty much over the decal to begin with, and then you have to build up from there. And I've tried lots of different, I've used lots of different techniques here, including cross sort of brushing it on actually, and then cleaning the brush, drying the brush, and then using a dry brush to kind of scuff it flat, which is actually quite a nice way of building it up. So there's all kinds of fun techniques you can use, and this thing about rub, there's nothing inherent in the rubbing process that makes one thing work. The idea about rubbing, of course, is that it's intended to be a thin layer, as opposed to painting it on or whatever else other ways you might try to apply it. But okay, so we've now got some lacquer built up on the inside of here, so I'm just going to need to do some slight, what's the wording, you know, reaming this, but very gently. So it's a it's a very nice technique to use, and And I say you've got to be quite careful with whatever you do, because it does build up on the inside here. And short of what I might have done was fill the tuner post holes with paper or something, sandpaper. No, not, you know what I mean, thingy, some rags or something. Anyway, yeah, so I'm going to need to do a little bit more of this cleaning out. I'll stop the thing and come back when it's more fun. Hold on. Okay, having just widened those holes a tiny fraction, what I'm just now going to do is position the tuners so that they're nicely perpendicular to the top of the thing, as close as we can get. It's never going to be perfect, but you can ensure it's not bad. There's no harm in spending a little bit of push and pull time. Whoop, there we go. And there we go. Push this one up a bit, down a bit, up a bit, down a bit. There we go. I like the way they all look, and they're all close to each other because they always were going to be. In fact, just judging by this, if you go by the gaps between them, it's a little bit more, well, not exactly accurate, but you've got to make sure there is the ideal gap between them. So I'm sort of going to do whatever it takes to ensure the gap. There we go. That's very good. And then I'm going to not use this drill. I'm going to use the Dremel to briefly sink a little hole. Interestingly, these holes are just tiny bit off the beaten path of where the other holes were. So there's a little bit, normally the 45-degree things sort of end up in the same place, but I think these tuners are a little bit chunkier than the other ones. Okay, goodbye Chuck. Not quite what I was doing there, but let's see if I can get this back on. Yes, so we're ready to go with this baby, and I'm looking forward to putting it back together any second now. Now this one's interesting because it's next to some pre-existing holes, so you just got to give it a bit of start point. As to where the actual screws have gone, they may be kicking around in this bag of parts now, which is full of good stuff. I mean, it really is. It's full of good stuff, all except the screws I'm looking for. I need to keep that out because there's a spring tree screw in there. Okay, so I'm not finding them, so I shall go back. I think I might have just, oh hello spider, I think I may well have ended up very tidily putting them back in my OCD box, which was an absolute mess the other day. So it's called tuner screws, isn't it? Tuner screws. Yes, so here we go. Let's just tip these out and get ourselves a set that works, that are the same first of all, and that have good quality heads on them. There's tons of these things around. They're everywhere you look. They're always useful for other things too, but we need a set of 6 good uns. Yes, so we're we're at end of the first couple of weeks of old Mr. Donald, President Trump's residence in the White House, and I have to admit I keep stopping the video camera and having to listen to various political talk show type phone-in things because I'm very interested in the whole thing. But, yeah, lots of skullduggery, I think, and actually lots of self-servingness going on, is my take on it. I think the way I approach it, and I'm definitely not a conspiracy type theorist of any kind, but what I do tend to sense is that what I feel I have seen about Donald Trump the person is that he's an individual who likes power and wealth and business success, and he does whatever it takes to get it. And so, you know, behind all these decisions, I tend not to see the well-being of his country or anybody behind it other than really himself. It tends to be a sort of an Occam's razor thing in my mind, which is the simplest explanations are probably the most likely. And I'm not, you know, I'm not saying what he's done is so far wrong, as in, you know, he's got elected and there you go. Whether that's a good or bad thing, that's what a certain number of people chose and enabled, so there we go. But yeah, I don't have at all positive thoughts about it for the rest of the world. I don't mind admitting that. Anyway, I'm sure some people will disagree, so and I think I've said before that the thing that really strikes me, and some other people actually, as the most telling part of all of this actually really isn't what one individual or party or, you know, even what the political climate is. It's actually the social climate, and this applies as much to Donald Trump's election as it does to Brexit in the UK, and that is, and I was quite encouraged to hear somebody referring to this morning on the radio, but so it's not just me seeing it, but what's really striking is the polarisation of opinion. That's like no other time in history that I ever remember. There's no middle ground. You know, the danger is you know, even in speaking this now, you know, you raise the issue, and it'll just go potentially just go straight into lockdown, one side versus another side, which is quite surprising. Come on, I want some string trees. I don't want a cheap string tree, they're horrible. So I guess I'm looking at the best quality string trees, the best there is. What have we got? Oh, we've got a nice Fendery style one there. We've just thrown one on the floor as I usually do. Yeah, so I mean that's what bothers me more than anything is this sort of inability to talk about it, more than, you know, whichever side one individual does or doesn't fall on it, on the issue. So, and you know, like the fact that if you know, you sort of, if you're amongst, well, even if you're amongst friends, you kind of, it's quite dangerous to say, well, I'm not sure about this, or I don't know how I feel about that, and you can suddenly find yourself in very, very hot water. That's not the one I wanted to put on, it's the other one. Oh. Yeah, so, you know, I know they always made the joke saying never talk religion and politics or whatever amongst friends, but it's never been so true, especially when the religion and the politics are interlinked in some way. Okay. Oh my lordy. I've filled the hole, so there's no hole for this thing just yet. Well, there is, but it's got some lacquer in it. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, just interesting times. Thankfully, when you work in your shed, you can stay away from most of it, but it's still there, and especially when, you know, it means that things a lot of things in the UK are starting to become more expensive to buy. I was talking to my local hardware guy, and he said that his prices to him have already been bumped up, which seems pretty unfair because he hasn't passed it on to anyone. I'm just looking at that. That looks a fraction too high to me for my liking. I'm just going to check the size and pull out a slightly lower one. Yeah, so you know, so it was interesting just to hear that it's already translating into some financial change for him. I haven't sat and worked it all out in terms of parts because I'm a little bit casual when it comes to accounting for all the different costs that go into a guitar anyway. I'm not the most hard-nosed business person that ever lived. Come on. There are times when having a magnetic tip on the screwdriver really works, and other times when it just drives you mad. Okay, down we go. That feels a bit better in terms of size, so I'll stick that one back in there. Right, as you can see, after all of those little bits and pieces, we're kind of ready in the big strokes now to get this thing back together. I don't know if you remember, but I've done 2 fret levels on it, so it's sort of at a good playing, really good playing action. I did it the first time, played it for a while and wasn't entirely thrilled with the outcome, so I took it back, you know, put it back under anaesthetic and did it again. So is that snapped off? Blimey, never seen one like that. Kind of looks cool, but yeah, maybe it would work. It's an interesting looking screwdriver end. Okay, so if I recall, there was no shim anywhere in sight. And if you remember, I filled out, or drilled and filled one side, or one of the neck screw holes, because it was weak, or it was spinning, I should say. I've got one little bit of bodywork to do, and I've got this all together, and that's the little bit of paint on the top horn here. Just moving these into position. Now, I'm kind of half expecting that I may need to realign this neck at some point once I've got the strings on, but I won't worry about that because I can always, it's never a problem to do that once you've got the neck on. It's only a matter of slacking the bolts off, the strings first and then the bolts, and then moving it slightly, doing up 2 of them, and away you go. Now this is the screw now going into the re-drilled one, so it's sort of, you can feel it's a bit more of a bite. I'm going to say doing this by hand first, not firing it in with the power driver. Okay, so just before I tighten anything up, I'm just going to take another quick look, and yeah, it looks to me like it's not. I'm going to have to tie this out of the way because it's driving me nuts. Yeah, looks good. So I'm going to do this one up. I'm conscious that this one here is now cutting a new hole in the wood, or in the drilled wood, so it's a bit tighter than everything else. But the others go in quite well. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, with its reshaped headstock and everything. Nice. So, if you remember, I shielded it. I've blue tacked, no, what's that word? Loctited the pots, as well as the jack plug, so that those things will not move. They are undoable because the blue Loctite is kind of, it holds it in place quite well, and you have to use a little bit of extra force to remove it, but it's not impossible to remove. Okay, whoa, here we are. Look at those lovely tuners. 19:1 ratio tuners on there. What I also did with this neck, apart from reshaping it and lacquering and putting the logo on, is I also filled a couple of dings in the back here, so that where there was something that caught your hands before, that's now smoothed out. Well, I think before I put the strings on, I'm going to be disciplined and have a go at these, or have a look at these strap buttons, and also just have a quick look at the paint job underneath, because I think on this it needs a bit of a touch up. This one's also needs a felt as well to help it seat nicely, but this feels like there's plenty of bite in the screw, so it's not a problem, but I think you can probably see it's a bit of an ugly mess there. It's not going to be by any means a pro job on this. It's just going to be a touch up for cosmetic purposes, because this is not about saving these guitars from their road-worn condition, really. I mean, they are what they are. They are well played and well used. That's where they get their kind of lived-in mojo. But it's definitely, we can definitely clean up the obvious massive paint blobs. So I'm going to go off camera again to do that, because it's sort of boring and fiddly and time consuming. Yeah, and then basically once that's done, probably a little while, hello Morris, once that's done, then it'll be time to string it, which I'll show you, and then take it indoors and just sort of play it and fine tune its action, you know, just through a process of playing it a bit, because you can get it pretty much optimal here, but it's nice to just have that last little tweak once you're indoors and have time to plug it in and sit with it for a while, just to make sure. So we've just got a bit of tape glue coming off there. Wow, nice old thing. Right, so let me go and mix up some paint just to touch up. Actually, it's 2 spots, but I'll come back when that's done. Yeah, introducing my dad in the. You're on their camera, so I'm just showing posterity. But you're probably making a terrible noise in the background, so I'm just going to tell the viewer that I'm stretching the strings on Martin's German reloved refurbed Strat whilst chatting to my dad on Skype.
Well, as it happens, I've got TV on as well.
Oh, that helps.
And I'm watching it's a back to the country sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it's and it's got Nicky Chapman on.
Right.
And I'm switching to breaking point.
I see. Daytime TV, the worst kind.
Yes.
Right.
Because of the
Curse of the chair bound, the medically unsound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the benefits culture.
You. Right, let me just get a note. While I'm doing this,
That's an F sharp.
while I'm doing this, I'm listening for pinging sounds from the nut.
So am I actually at this end.
So I can tell if I need to widen the slots at all. But I've already done this, so I don't. The only thing that might have got into the slots here since I last did that is some lacquer.
You missed that little snippet, did you?
Yeah, I heard your attempt at humour.
I'm listening to pinging sounds from the nut.
So let's see how it feels. Oh yeah. Lovely. Oh, I like this guitar. I like it a lot. Right, I'm going to do a bit more stretching. Like I say, I may not be able to use this video anyway because of the noise that the phone makes. Although it's doing this through Wi-Fi, so it shouldn't be making too much of that bleeping, blooping noise, but it's guaranteed to check in with the cell tower or whatever, the mobile tower at some point, and then you get that horrible static interference thing that's probably frying all of our kidneys anyway. Anyway, I've never recorded a bit of video with my dad on Skype, but many of you will don't say anything. Many of you will have heard the Skype going off in the background while I'm fixing guitars, and some of my choice words when my dad's kept on ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. But
well, yeah, when you're on a mission, you're not about to.
Nope.
Not ring. Oh, if you're ringing, you're ringing. Never mind what it's like at the other end.
So we're near to tuned. I'm going to get some graphite powder and put it in the nut slots.
Near enough jazz that was.
I've still got a case of tennis elbow, and I was out playing last night with the boys, and it's come back a bit. So I've playing for sort of 3 or 4 hours live music isn't good for my tennis elbow. That's the truth. But
No, but it's good for the heart.
yeah, it's worth it. Worth it. Right.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Now my dad was in a trio, played the piano. And what was the trio called, Dad?
Officially we called it, or Jack, the bassist, called it the Ambassador Trio.
Right.
But I used to think of it as the Ron Deeks Trio.
Yeah, it's no surprise.
Because I did all the work.
And you would have been heard tinkling and playing your jazz around the Midlands back in the 70s, wouldn't you?
Yeah, around the rugby area. Yeah, Coventry rugby.
For hotel diners and. But you're a bit like me, aren't you? You're kind of play-by-ear man.
Yes. But, well, yes. I suppose you'd say that, yeah. I mean, I would work from a chord sequence. So
Yeah.
that I had the backing chords in front of me if I needed them, you know. But I knew them off by heart because I played them so many times.
Yeah. So when I see, because you played a lot of jazz, and I can't get my head around jazz. Does it require some sort of technical knowledge, or am I just missing something?
I've tried to play a lot of jazz as we went along, you know. And I remember as one sort of compliment in a way that Jack, the bass player, was telling me how he was telling somebody else about me when I joined them. Oh, he said, we got a blooming jazz guitar for that jazz piano. So, you know, that to me was a fantastic compliment.
Right.
Because of course it was what I was trying to do.
So you when you saw a chord written down, did you teach yourself the scales where all the notes were that could go with that chord? How did you learn? I mean, how did you learn where the notes were?
Well, I just sort of knew what the notes of the chord were, you know, and I would know that a G minor 7 was very similar to a B flat chord.
Yeah. But you might have known that, but how did you know when you ran your fingers up and down the white and black notes, how did you know which ones were right for that chord? Did you learn them, or did you work it out in some mathematical way?
I'd be like, nearly all the time, playing a sort of a block chord in my left hand. You know, that was going down sort of thing like that. And then I knew that fitted the melody. You know, so I would just be able to play the melody in the right key, and it was going to fit.
Yeah, but you say that rather easily. Play the melody in the right key. How did you know what notes were in that key? How did you learn them?
Well, a little bit from here and there. I mean, for a start, going back far enough, when I was at the grammar school, then I did a bit of musical theory. You know, the only bits that I did, but I sort of knew how chords were built up.
Right. Okay.
Like major chords and minor chords, you know.
So you had some. Okay. So you had some musical theory.
I did have some musical theory, yeah.
Okay. That's where you're.
Just enough to get by.
That's where you're ahead of me then in the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be able to sort of show you if I was with you for any length of time.
Oh, that's a.
Because probably I'd have you playing the keyboard, I think.
Well, yeah, I know a few chords, but I don't know anything else other than that.
Well, I mean, the melody, I mean, you sort of know instinctively where to start, like, you know, in a certain key.
Don't know about that.
You know what note up a scale.
No, I don't.
You know, if you're singing it, you know what note you have to start on. And once you know that, the rest is easy.
Right. Oh, that's why it's so difficult for me then, because I don't think I know that bit, and therefore that's why the rest isn't easy. I've got it worked out now. Look, I'm going to have to go, Pa, because I've got to do the intonation bit on this guitar, and it needs the phone that we're talking on. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
nice to talk to you.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
I'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, whenever.
All right, Pa.
Take care.
Yeah, be good. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye, son. Take care now.
Okay. Yes. So, well, let me just switch this thing off. Sorry about all the bleeping and blooping. That's my Pa there who had a stroke 10 years ago, so he doesn't get out and about, and he just basically sits indoors, and so he likes to ring, and any time of day, all day, he likes to get in touch and have a chat. So he got the feature on one of these videos. Anyway, so look, I'm at the I suppose I better start this and stop this. Hold on. Okay, so I've restrung it and spent a bit of time talking to me old dad on the Skype, and what I'm doing now is I'm just going to intonate it so we have a clean sort of tone. Nice. And we're just going to tune to the 12th fret harmonics. I think I might have already done this. Maybe I haven't. Or maybe I have. Right, let's try again. Okay, that's a bit flat, so tell you what, we're going to push forward with that one, shorten it slightly, so that's counterclockwise and push, and the same with this D, which is a fair bit too long, so counterclockwise and push, and I need to retune them. Still a bit short, I mean a bit long, notes flat, so you need to push it counterclockwise, push it forward again, and then I'm going to do the same to the D, because that's got to be in sort of line with it really. Let's see what we got. Close. Both of those a millifraction flat, push, and push both of them. We should be right on the money. Okay, push that one forward, so counterclockwise and push. And the reason I say push is the springs don't often do the work. Often they can fool you, and you'll undo the thing and it just sits where you did it without moving. Well, actually, sorry, the other way around. The spring comes out the back, and you have to kind of push it forward to make sure it does what you tell it to. So let's just go down from the top E down this time. A little bit short, push that one out a tiny bit, counterclockwise push, G, counterclockwise push. Flat, so push that one forward a bit. These are all quite closely grouped now. There's not a lot in them, but they are still staggered in the right place. Back a tiny bit, so clockwise, a fraction, and we're away. Still a fraction counterclockwise, sorry, fraction clockwise. It's funny how these things go, but let's try all of these together. We'll be coming through the gates. Funny that one. Okay, it's a little further back. Yeah. Push it forward. It's going in the wrong direction. That's good. Forwards a bit. Martin's refurbished, reloved Morris style, reloved Encore Strat with reshaped headstock, rewired, new pickups, iron gear pickups, and shielded throughout, fret levelled, nice low action. I'll tweak that indoors once we get inside in the warm. Lovely, done. Thank you for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the bits and pieces of this, and back again very shortly with another one of these upgrades, Martin's refurbished Encore Strat. And I have to say, I'm just going to give you a long look, a long gazing look at this thing as it rocks there in its hammock. That is a beautiful looking, I'm biased, right, but a cream vintage looking Stratocaster with quality pickups. Really nice setup, level frets, freshly cleaned and invigorated fingerboard, reshaped custom headstock, 19-to-1 tuners, and just, yeah, in every which way a handsome looking beast. And there's no way you would kind of judge that as an Encore. Indian made, so quality woods, lovely to hold, beautiful sound, and just a joy to play. There you go.